Hi there. My name is Elissa Wynne. I'm the Associate Director at the Office of Child and Family Services, and I oversee our early care and education services as well as children's behavioral health. I'm lucky today to be able to introduce to you Jordana Willers. She is the Youth and Young Adult Training Coordinator at the Institute. Sorry, technical difficulties. At the Institute for Health and Recovery. The IHR is a statewide policy program that works on development, training, and research. In this role, Jordana provides trainings, technical assistance, and support for youth and young adult substance use treatment programs and works in collaboration with other state agencies and systems across Massachusetts. She also provides trainings for all providers working with youth and families as a consultant. Ms. Willer serves on the board of the Western Massachusetts Substance Addiction Providers Association, the Steering Committee of Family Recovery Council of Western Massachusetts, and the Endowment Distribution Committee of the Northampton Education Foundation. She has nearly 30 years experience working with youth and families with a focus on system-level change over the past 2 decades. Ms. Willers is a graduate of Wesleyan University and the Harvard University Graduate School of Education. She enjoys hiking and living in Western Massachusetts with her family. Please join me in welcoming our guest.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction. And I also love Maine, so I'm happy to be here today. I'm Jordana Willers, and I'll be focusing on the topic of healthy brains matter, supporting youth over the lifespan, with time afterwards for reflection and discussion. I'm looking forward to our time together, so let's get started. I don't have anything to disclose. I just want to start by thanking you for everything that you do. As Rumi said, you're not a drop in the ocean, you're the entire ocean in a drop. I hope this training helps you in some way to keep adding value to the lives of others. Thanks so much for making a difference. During our time together, my hope is that you will come away with an increased understanding of brain development over the lifespan and the impact that drugs and alcohol can have on neurodevelopment at the various stages of growth. We'll also identify risk factors for addiction, as well as key protective factors that support healthy brain development. The last part of this training will focus on a brief review of best practices to support youth impacted by substance use. And then after this session, we'll have a short break followed by a half hour for reflection and question and answer, which will hopefully give you some time to consider the implications of neurodevelopment in your workplace. Focusing on the developing brain is an enormous topic. The brain is an amazing and incredibly complex organ to try to understand. It regulates our body's basic functions and enables us to interpret and respond to everything we experience. It not only shapes our behavior, but it also shapes our thoughts and feelings as well. Our brain is basically who we are. So looking at the big picture, I want to paint some broad strokes before we delve into what's happening at the tiniest microscopic level. When we think about healthy brain development, we need to understand the complex and dynamic interplay between nature, which is our genetic material and the way that gets expressed, and nurture, which includes all of the environmental factors that influence us. Nature and nurture are both key to understanding brain development. When there are disruptions in either area, neural structures and functions can change. The good news is that we have neuroplasticity, meaning that our brains keep developing throughout our lives, and new neural pathways can be formed that are healthier after these disruptions happen. Children and teenagers have more neuroplasticity than adults do, offering an opportunity to build, learn, and grow, even when they're having to struggle with adversity. So let's look at what's happening in the brain during these major stages throughout a young person's life, from pregnancy all the way through young adulthood. Over many years, we've learned that even in utero, babies' brains are rapidly developing, and kids are a lot smarter than science and society once gave them credit for. The purpose of this training, however, is not only to understand key stages in brain development, but to understand how drugs and alcohol can impact neurodevelopment depending on the age of the child. The more we're aware of the impacts, the more we can support youth and families through prevention, intervention, and treatment services. Before we look at each stage in particular, I just want to keep our bird's eye view. So if our goal is to help all children grow up to be as healthy as possible, what we really need to focus on is enhancing protective factors while reducing or even reversing the risk factors. The earlier we can work with families, the greater the impact we often can have by changing the trajectory of a child's life. But there are always opportunities to reduce risk factors and add protective factors at any age. The more we can weigh the scale down on the protective side as early on as possible, but continuing throughout the child's life and through the young adult years, the more we can support their resiliency and their healthy brain development. So here's a visual of the scale weighing risk and protective factors and the role that genetics plays for each person. Exposure to adversity and stress, such as poverty, mental illness, violence, lack of access to quality education, and of course, substance use can negatively impact a child's development. Protective factors in a child's environment include supportive relationships, good nutrition and healthcare, safety, financial security, a good education, and of course, nurturing caregivers. It's important to understand that genetics plays a key role in how we respond to our environment. Some genes get turned up or get expressed, while others are turned down or get repressed in response to these various experiences. This means that the fulcrum balancing this scale may slide more in one direction than another, which also helps to tip the scales. For example, someone can be born with a more sensitive nervous system or a developmental disability, and that center balance will shift the scale and it will be weighted differently. Okay, so that's the big picture. And now what I want to talk about is what's happening at the microscopic level in the brain. So to do that, we need to study neurons, which are the nerve cells that make up the brain and the nervous system. It's truly mind-boggling, but a newborn baby actually has about 100 billion neurons, most of which are not yet connected into neural networks. Neural networks are the connections that form between neurons as we experience the world. Again, remember that genes provide the basic wiring, but the environment around us provides the basis for the connections we make. Let's take a look now at what an amazing neuron looks like. Simply put, neurons have three main parts: the cell body, an axon, and dendrites. The cell body houses the nucleus, the DNA, and the protein, various proteins. The axon is comprised of very thin nerve fibers that carry electrical impulses from one neuron to the next. The dendrites, which look like the branches of a tree, receive signals, process the signals, and then transfer information on to the next neuron. Each neuron has an average of 10,000 dendritic spines, which is also pretty mind-boggling. In order to understand how neural networks are developed over time, we need to understand what's happening between the dendrites of one neuron and the axon of the next neuron in a special space called the synapse. A synapse is a small gap at the end of each of the dendritic spines of a neuron. At the synapse, information is transferred via signals, which are either electrical or chemical, that pass from one neuron to the next. There are thousands of synapses per neuron. Babies actually create about 1 million synapses per second, if you can believe it. And by the time we're adults, our brains have made around 1 trillion synaptic connections. The brain is vastly beautiful and complicated, particularly when it comes to developing neural networks. So I'm actually going to play a short video for you all just to give you a sense of what this looks like.
Everything you see here is real data. We're looking through a microscope at neural tissue, going down through an area of the brain called the medial prefrontal cortex. We can use these microscopic images to reconstruct the three-dimensional layout of the neurons and really see the intricate and intertwining patterns that they make. These connectivity patterns throughout the brain underlie all neural function, and are responsible for everything from controlling your muscles when you tie your shoes to how you feel about your family. Understanding these patterns is a massive ongoing project for neuroscientists everywhere and could lead to breakthroughs for everything from consciousness to depressive disorders and schizophrenia. In this example, we injected purple dye into a far distant brain region called the amygdala, which is largely where our emotions and feelings of fear are generated. The purple wires are axons, or connections, coming from the amygdala into this area. We've also used some recent advancements in genetic engineering to select only the neurons inside this region that connect to the amygdala and dye them green. By combining both the green and purple dyes, we're able to see the full circuit of connections, viewing both the neurons that connect to the amygdala and connections coming back in from the amygdala. The locations and patterns of the neural connections, called synapses, show us how heavily these two groups of neurons are connected. To help us start to understand the incredible complexity of these neural networks, we develop computational techniques that segment or isolate individual neurons. By isolating a neuron, we can measure its characteristics, like size, shape, how many branches it has, and what general type of neuron it is. This may not seem like much, but it's really important for understanding so much about the brain. For instance, we know that malnutrition, stress, and cognitive disorders can all change how these branches look, but there are so many details that we don't know. That's why we, as scientists, keep pushing the envelope. To tackle these very complicated questions, we are getting together and combining fields ranging from physics and biology to mathematics and computer science. Every year, every day, we learn so much more. This is the most exciting and progressive time for neuroscience that there has ever been.
Okay, so I hope that sort of sets the stage of the feeling of how complex this is. I want to start from the beginning in terms of the stages of development. So that's with prenatal brain development. During the first trimester, the brain starts to develop, eventually separating into three parts known as the front brain, the midbrain, and the hindbrain. Neurons and synapses begin to develop in the second trimester, and in the third trimester, the brain separates into right and left halves and continues to grow rapidly. The prenatal period is an incredibly important part of the developmental process. Changes that happen in utero set the stage for future physical development as well as future psychological development. So now let's talk about the impact of substance use in utero. The term substance-exposed newborns refers to all babies who were born affected by substance use exposure. We don't have time to discuss each substance in depth, but research shows that they can all have negative impacts on prenatal development. Alcohol produces some of the most serious neurobehavioral effects for babies, which we'll discuss more in a minute. And there are some other sessions during this conference that are going to delve more deeply into these different substances and their effects. Nicotine increases the risk of premature birth, low birth weight, stillbirth, birth defects, and sudden infant death syndrome, as well as potential damage to the developing brain and lungs. Marijuana or THC use may cause lower birth weight, as well as learning and behavioral problems as children grow. Again, I'm not going to go into the impact of marijuana here because there's a whole separate training on this topic later in the conference. Other drugs such as opioids, cocaine, and methamphetamine can also lead to withdrawal symptoms at birth, as well as a host of long-term impacts on the developing brain. I'll talk more about the impact of opioids in particular in this section of the training as well. First, let's start with the impact of alcohol. FASD, or fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, is the umbrella term used to describe the range of effects that can occur when a baby is exposed prenatally to alcohol. This can include lifelong physical problems, as well as significant problems with behavior and learning. FAS, or fetal alcohol syndrome, is the most severe form of FASD. The image here shows some of the facial features that are sometimes seen with a child who has FAS, such as a smooth philtrum, I think I'm saying that right, which is that little groove under your nose, and a thin upper lip. Other FASD diagnoses include alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, alcohol-related birth defects, and neurobehavioral disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure. Tomorrow, you're fortunate to be having a whole presentation on FASD, so I'm just going to give you the highlights right now. FASD is much more prevalent than people realize. Studies show that about 1 in 20 children in this country likely qualify for this diagnosis, which is more than double the rate of autism. It's basically an invisible disability, one that is vastly underrecognized, undiagnosed, and rarely treated. Unfortunately, there are few diagnostic tools, support, or services for young people with FASD. We also need more public health messaging on the importance of avoiding alcohol while pregnant. No alcohol use during pregnancy is safe because at any point in time, the baby's brain could be impacted during rapid and vulnerable moments of development, including with the cerebellum, frontal lobes, corpus callosum, hippocampus, amygdala, and basal ganglia. This graphic outlines some of the challenges that people with FASD can experience. They typically have physical issues, which can lead to a wide range of behavioral and intellectual disabilities, including hyperactivity, difficulty with attention, poor ability to communicate in social situations, and poor reasoning and judgment skills. These challenges, if unaddressed, can then lead to lifelong problems with mental health, substance use, independence, school achievement, social skills, and more. Given that currently only about 1% of children with FASD actually get diagnosed, we know that many, many more children with FASD are falling through the cracks. FASD is the most common preventable cause of intellectual disability in the world. Early detection can help people with FASDs, even with FAS, fetal alcohol syndrome, to live full and good lives. Whatever you can do to learn more about this issue and support youth and families in getting the help that they need will make a difference. The National Organization on Fetal Alcohol Syndrome, or NOFAS, is a great place to get started. And in this state, you can connect with FASD Maine. Again, they're going to have a great presentation for you. Neonatal abstinence syndrome, or NAS, is another condition I want to talk about. So this is a treatable condition that newborns may experience when exposed in utero to certain substances, most often opioids. Neonatal opioid withdrawal syndrome, also known as NOWS, is a related term that refers to the symptoms that infants may experience as a result of exposure, specifically to opioids. Most babies exposed to opioids develop symptoms, including severe irritability, difficulty feeding, respiratory problems, and seizures. During the withdrawal period, babies can be very hard to calm down and may need to stay in the hospital's NICU. The goal of treatment is to soothe the infant, to recognize the signs of overstimulation and dysregulation, and to develop skills to calm, feed, and support the baby. Often, this happens through bonding time with the mom and other family members, including rooming in together at the hospital. It includes breastfeeding, swaddling, skin-to-skin contact, and minimizing the amount of sensory stimulation in their environment. Medications can also sometimes help if needed. We still need more research on the long-term effects of neonatal abstinence syndrome and NOWS, but so far the data is showing significant impacts on academic achievement and a greater need for special education services. There may be developmental delays, hearing and vision problems, and problems with learning and behavior. Early intervention services and home visiting programs can help mitigate some of these potential effects. So for women with substance use disorders, pregnancy can be a huge motivating factor for getting treatment. Many women with opioid use disorder are either in recovery already or are starting treatment while they're pregnant, which is great news for the baby, even if the baby will still be born substance exposed. Being in recovery can help to mitigate or even prevent negative birth outcomes associated with NAS and NOWS. And as providers, we need to do our best to understand and support them on this journey. Many pregnant moms in recovery from opioid use disorder are prescribed either methadone or Subutex. Medication-assisted treatment is considered the gold standard for opioid use disorder treatment, along with counseling and recovery supports. This means that although the baby will still be born with NAS, they are much more likely to have experienced good prenatal care and to have a mom who is sober and able to provide a nurturing, healthy postpartum environment. All of this means that the babies are more likely to experience fewer adverse outcomes from NAS. I also want to highlight the importance of collaboration and plans of safe care, which I know were talked about in depth this morning. Just briefly, I'll say it's federally required to have a plan of safe care for all substance-exposed newborns through what's known as CAPTA, or the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act. This often means referring the family to child welfare upon the birth of the child, which adds a very challenging layer of complexity and stress to the postpartum experience. Collaboration between substance use treatment providers, prenatal care providers, hospital staff, and child welfare workers, among others, can help to reduce the negative effects on the baby while creating a plan of safe care that takes into account what's happening with the family, especially when mom is in recovery and taking prescribed medications. You can learn more about plans of safe care with the link that's provided here on the slide, and I recommend checking out the National Center on Substance Abuse and Child Welfare for more information. Okay, so let's talk briefly now about healthy prenatal brain development and key protective factors. Optimal brain growth during this time depends on the mom's lifestyle. Hopefully, this includes a nutritious, well-balanced diet that includes prenatal vitamins. Exercise is also helpful, as is, of course, avoiding all substance use, including alcohol, nicotine, and marijuana, all of which can impair the formation and wiring of brain cells. Other protective factors for healthy brain development include talking to and playing music for your baby and managing stress. There are countless studies that connect high stress levels in pregnancy with adverse fetal brain development. There's also a lot of research showing that the negative impact of airborne toxins, such as pollution or secondhand smoke, can have an impact. So avoiding those as much as possible is a protective factor. Okay, so let's talk now about early childhood development. The brain actually quadruples in size between birth and preschool. As children learn and grow, neural connections are strengthened. Healthy neurodevelopment is supported by nurturing care, healthy food, and safe places to live and play. Speaking with children and exposing them to books, stories, songs, all that good stuff, it helps to strengthen their language and communication skills. And that puts them on a path towards learning and success in school. Unfortunately, though, chronic stress and trauma can have long-term negative consequences on brain development, and this can lead to lifelong problems in learning, behavior, physical health, and mental health. This includes parental substance use disorders. When a parent is in the throes of addiction, they are often unable to provide the close, nurturing connection that supports positive brain development. Safety issues may arise as well as a result of the substance use. Ensuring that both families and providers have the resources and skills needed to provide safe, stable, nurturing, and stimulating care is essential. I have a short video, this is my last one, to share just to help visualize the impact of stress and trauma on brain development in young children.
Learning to deal with stress is an important part of healthy development. When experiencing stress, the stress response system is activated. The body and brain go on alert. There's an adrenaline rush, increased heart rate, and an increase in stress hormone levels. When the stress is relieved after a short time, or a young child receives support from caring adults, the stress response winds down and the body quickly returns to normal. In severe situations, such as ongoing abuse and neglect, where there is no caring adult to act as a buffer against the stress response stays activated. Even when there is no apparent physical harm, the extended absence of response from adults can activate the stress response system. Constant activation of the stress response overloads developing systems, with serious lifelong consequences for the child. This is known as toxic stress. Over time, this results in a stress response system set permanently on high alert. In the areas of the brain dedicated to learning and reasoning, the neural connections that comprise brain architecture are weaker and fewer in number. Science shows that the prolonged activation of stress hormones in early childhood can actually reduce neural connections in these important areas of the brain at just the time when they should be growing new ones. Toxic stress can be avoided if we ensure that the environments in which children grow and develop are nurturing, stable, and engaging.
Okay, so we've learned a lot about what can trigger trauma symptoms and how this can impact neurodevelopment from a young age through something called the ACE study. So I know there was another session on this, so hopefully you had a chance to hear that. But you can, learn more by checking that out. And I'm going to just talk briefly about it right now for those who are new to understanding what the ACE study is about. It's one of the largest investigations into understanding the impact of traumatic childhood experiences on one's long-term health. And it's been going on for decades. So the study involves 10 questions about childhood abuse, neglect, and various household challenges such as domestic violence, addiction, incarceration of a parent, and divorce. The higher the ACE score, the greater the risk of poor physical and mental health outcomes over the course of one's life, including much higher rates of substance use disorder. So this pyramid here represents the ways in which ACEs influence health trajectories. The more trauma, the more likely it is that a child will experience disrupted neurodevelopment. This disruption can cause social, emotional, and cognitive impairment, which can then lead to the adoption of health risk behaviors such as substance use, which can unfortunately lead to addiction and other diseases, disabilities, and social problems, and even early death, such as from an overdose. When thinking about the impact of ACEs, however, it's also important to consider the many positive experiences that can help build resilience and protect a young person from the effects of trauma. The positive childhood experiences data indicates that this can mitigate the risks of childhood trauma, helping young people to better metabolize stress, lower their hypervigilance, and better regulate their nervous systems so that their amygdalas aren't reacting so often in that constant fight, flight, or freeze mode. And all of that will then help support healthy neurodevelopment. I know tomorrow there's going to be a more in-depth session on understanding trauma and responses from the Maine Resiliency Building Network, so you'll have a chance to learn more about this. I also recommend checking out my organization, the Institute for Health and Recovery. We have some free trainings on substance use and trauma. Okay, so I do want to mention that there are also many protective factors in early childhood that can help tip the scales toward resilience and healthy brain development. These include a nurturing, secure attachment with a primary caregiver who also understands child development, which means they have the parenting skills to communicate well with kids, set appropriate limits, and provide opportunities that promote independence. Parental resilience is a protective factor as well. The parent's flexibility and inner strength, the ability to bounce back when things are tough, and knowing how to seek help when things get difficult. Other protective factors include having a network of emotionally supportive friends, family, and neighbors, and concrete family support for getting their basic needs met, such as for food, clothing, and housing. So parents have more time and energy to devote to their children's safety and well-being. Also, the child's own ability to self-regulate their emotions and behavior, communicate their feelings, and solve problems effectively is an important protective factor. A helpful framework to think about this is the Search Institute's 40 Developmental Assets for Children, which you can download by age group and in various languages. In this framework, strengths and supports the young people need to succeed are divided into two main categories. The external assets, so that's the nurture side of things, right? Being supported by caring families, schools, and communities, and then internal assets, which are based on the child's inner social and emotional strengths, their values, and their self-identity. So it's pretty incredible to look at how much development is happening between the ages of 5 and 25. We just looked at all the incredible development happening up until the age of 5. So now we're going to focus on, the sort of middle childhood, adolescence, and young adult years. The past few decades have seen a rapid expansion in the number of studies using developmental neuroimaging techniques, such as functional MRIs, to understand the developmental changes that are happening in the brain. So the research is showing that our brains are rapidly maturing all the way from birth through our mid-20s or so, and that adolescence is a particularly significant period of neural development. As was true for younger children, the brain continues to develop based on that complex interplay between nature and nurture, maturing from the back of the brain to the front and also from the inside out. So this image here is showing the dynamic mapping of human cortical development from age 5 through age 20. And I'm just sharing it to give a sense of how different regions of the brain develop faster than others. The parts of the brain that are highlighted in blue and then purple are the last to develop. So it's really important here to remember that the vast majority of brain development does continue to take place through about age 25 or so on average. During the adolescent years, there are two critical processes taking place in the brain. There's something called synaptic refinement and another process called myelination, which I'm just going to talk briefly about. So first, synaptic refinement. This is the pruning down of existing neurons. During childhood, we are soaking up knowledge like sponges and making a massive amount of neural connections. During adolescence, the neural connections or neural circuits that teenagers are actively engaged in are going to remain, while those that aren't being used anymore are pruned away. So you may have heard of the use it or lose it principle. So basically this means that the neural connections that kids have, they're going to stay strong in whatever areas young people are engaging in. So if they're playing a sport or they're learning a language or they're doing art or math or music, those connections are going to stay strong, but they're going to start losing neural connections in the areas that they're no longer using. So this slide is showing synaptic refinement over time. The slide on the left is demonstrating how few neural networks there are at birth. The slide in the middle is showing that at 6 years old, there are abundant connections between neurons. And then as the slide on the right demonstrates, by age 14, many of these neural circuits are being pruned away. The other important neurodevelopmental process taking place during adolescence is called myelination. This is the laying down of myelin sheaths in neurons on their axon. This is a process which insulates the neural pathways and helps the neurons to communicate with each other much more effectively and much faster. So by practicing certain activities, teenagers are laying down myelin and getting better and better at those activities over time. So this explains another concept that you may have heard of, this idea of what fires together, wires together. So this means that the neural circuits that are being used are getting stronger and stronger over time. So what happens when young people start using substances? When kids are experimenting, it's voluntary and there aren't usually adverse consequences. They can use drugs or alcohol, vape nicotine or pot when they want, and then stop using when they want. Experimentation is usually infrequent, most often with friends or in a larger peer group. The next stage is regular use, when they continue to use substances with others, but also on their own. Regular use tends to happen in a predictable pattern, like every weekend or when they're feeling anxious or lonely. Typically, they're just using for fun, to feel good, or to fit in with their peers. Or in some cases, they're using to cope with the painful emotions that they're feeling or with difficult situations. No matter what the reason is, when young people are using substances, or people of any age, what's happening in the brain is that the substances are releasing dopamine. So all drugs work in the brain by mimicking neurotransmitters. These are the chemical messengers in the brain. And what happens is when you are mimicking neurotransmitters with the use of drugs and alcohol, you're changing how the neurons are communicating with each other at the synapse, which I mentioned earlier. That's a very important part of the brain to remember. So dopamine is that feel-good chemical in our brain. It's the neurotransmitter that gets released at the synapse when we do something we enjoy. And that message is then spread rapidly throughout the brain. So dopamine is associated with motivation, with learning, and our reward system. So as you can imagine, large surges of dopamine feel great. And over time, this teaches the brain to seek out those activities that are creating those large surges of dopamine. And if you're using drugs or alcohol, often that the brain starts to learn to seek out those substances at the expense of doing other healthier activities that may also release some dopamine, but at lower levels naturally. But when the brain's reward system is repeatedly overstimulated, it actually recognizes that too much dopamine is being produced, and it adjusts by losing dopamine receptors. So when that happens, the normal dopamine levels that people have start to drop. And over time, people begin to feel really irritable and anxious and depressed, and it's hard to get out of bed. They feel miserable. So at this point, they crave using the substances again just to feel normal, which reinforces the vicious cycle of addiction. And they're going to need larger and larger amounts of that substance, which is in effect known as tolerance. So, we're not going to really delve into the neurobiology of addiction here, but I do recommend more training on this. So briefly, I just wanted to share with you the 3 phases of addiction: substance use or the drug use, withdrawal, and then cravings. So in the first phase, the person is using drugs or alcohol, which leads to that surge of dopamine. The next phase is withdrawal, which occurs when the dopamine levels drop. So over time, our reward system's baseline becomes reset, making it harder for us to feel pleasure naturally. In the meantime, the brain is also more susceptible to stress and irritability, because without the substance, the brain is in intense, it's feeling intense negativity in that withdrawal stage. Oops, one more thing to say about that. And then finally, there's the stage of cravings, right? So that's when the brain is preoccupied with finding and using substances again. So at this point, the reward pathway and the prefrontal cortex are compromised. The desire to stop becomes no match for the desire to use. And that's what leads to this lack of control and to the drug use or the intoxication stage of substance use. And back around and around we go. So I also want to just point out in this picture that with these 3 phases of addiction, you can see the 3 parts of the brain that are most intricately involved. So the drug use is mostly affecting the basal ganglia. That's our reward system of the brain. The withdrawal that people go through when they're not using substances affects the amygdala, the extended amygdala, which is that emotional center of our brain. And then the cravings are really focused in the prefrontal cortex, which is the executive functioning part of our brain. Okay, so the key markers of addiction, just very briefly: a loss of control over the time spent seeking out and using substances, the development of tolerance, a significant decrease in engaging in the things that one used to enjoy, and continued use despite serious negative consequences on relationships, finances, school, work, even getting into trouble with the law. So you may be wondering if certain people are at higher risk for addiction, and the answer is yes. So I'm just going to list here the key risk factors: early use, genetics, environmental factors, trauma, and mental health. So we're going to review each of these to better understand who might be at the most risk for developing a substance use disorder and why. So let's talk about early onset. The earlier young people start using drugs or alcohol, the more likely they are to become addicted. In fact, 90% of all Americans who develop a substance use disorder began using before the age of 18. We now understand addiction to be basically a pediatric developmental disease. A major reason for this, other than pruning and myelination, is because teens have a fully developed reward system along with a still developing prefrontal cortex. This means that they are more sensitive to rewards than younger children or adults, and this is what is allowing them to learn quickly. But it also means that their reward system is more vulnerable to being hijacked by substances. While their prefrontal cortex, which is not fully developed yet, that's the last part of the brain to come online, the prefrontal cortex is lacking impulse control and overall good executive functioning for a lot of youth. So we know that repeated use of drugs can change brain functioning over time, even in just a few short weeks. We know that what fires together wires together. We know that for teenagers, the physical changes to the brain tend to be longer lasting. And we also know that, again, because of neuroplasticity, new neural pathways can be formed over time to promote recovery at any age. But the earlier that we can help people, the better. So genetics is another huge risk factor for youth substance use disorders, since it accounts for about 50% of the risk for addiction as the substance use progresses. So this means that some kids are at much higher risk for becoming addicted based solely on their genetic background. To this end, it's extremely important for families to talk with their kids about the risk for addiction in the family, especially if that child has a biological parent or biological grandparent who has struggled with substance use disorder. Unfortunately, the intergenerational cycle of addiction is really common. Research shows that children of parents with substance use disorders are at least 5 times more likely to become addicted than their peers who do not have that genetic background. But we know that it's not just nature, it's also nurture. So another big risk factor for young people and developing a substance use disorder has to do with their environment, what they're being exposed to, what they're growing up with, and what they're experiencing. So environmental factors can have a huge impact on whether or not a young person starts using drugs or alcohol in the first place, as well as whether or not they continue to use over time. Access to substances, for example, can take place through peers, in neighborhoods, or within families. The cultural norms of use within the peer groups, families, neighborhoods, and even some religions can impact use at a younger age. For example, many children grow up watching their parents turn to beer or wine or marijuana to cope with a hard day's work instead of role modeling healthier coping strategies. This is often the norm. Young people are also deeply impacted by social media such as TikTok and Twitter and Instagram, as well as being exposed to direct advertising for drugs and alcohol through newspapers and magazines, television, etc. But beyond this, we have another huge environmental factor that can impact substance use, and this is stress and trauma growing up. So we've talked about adverse childhood experiences, but I want to just say a little bit more about the risk for a substance use disorder when there is trauma. So what we know is that the vast majority of people who develop substance use disorders have experienced trauma. In fact, 50% of people who seek substance use treatment meet the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. And research shows that 60% of young people who have a diagnosis of PTSD end up developing a substance use disorder. So given these high rates of co-occurrence between trauma and substance use, it's really important that we understand we need to use universal precautions. We should just assume that any young person that we engage with who has a substance use disorder may have also experienced trauma. And so we want to treat everyone with trauma-informed care. I don't know if you've heard of Gabor Mate. He's a trauma specialist and an addiction expert, and he has said to ask not why the addiction, but why the pain. So there's also a lot of pain inherent in having mental health challenges, and that's another risk factor here. So while the link between trauma and substance use is clear, there's also a huge link between substance use and mental health challenges. So as you can see in this diagram, there's a huge overlap between mental health and substance use disorders. Research varies, but the studies show that somewhere between 65 to 80% of young people who have a substance use disorder also suffer from a co-occurring mental health disorder. And I know in the treatment programs in Massachusetts, that number is even higher. Research also shows that 30 to 45% of young people who have a mental health disorder also develop a substance use disorder. So it's really important to note that co-occurring disorders in youth with substance use issues should be considered the rule, not the exception. And I do want to just point out that we are in a youth mental health crisis right now. So just to share a few statistics. So there was a CDC study that happened this spring, and they found that 44% of all high school youth in this country reported having persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness. 20% seriously considered attempting suicide, and 9% actually did attempt suicide. And then there was another report that came out by the US Surgeon General in just last month in August, and they found that it takes an average of 11 years for a young person to receive treatment after developing symptoms of a mental health issue. So these are just a few of the statistics to help us understand how widespread the mental health challenges are, and this link between substance use and mental health really does go hand in hand. So I just want to share with you, and this is also something that we could spend a whole training on, but just trying to understand how co-occurring disorders develop. They often start with trauma or mental health conditions such as anxiety or depression. And if the substance use becomes a form of self-medication to cope with the emotional pain, then that young person may soon develop tolerance, and then the disease of addiction can take hold. So when someone's in the throes of addiction, that often leads to unsafe choices, more trauma, and it actually worsens mental health symptoms. And around we go with this cycle. So the good news is that we can break this co-occurring cycle at any point in time, especially if we are using integrated treatment that can address both the substance use and mental health and trauma. So now that we've reviewed the risk factors for youth substance use, I want to talk about some of the key protective factors during adolescence. So this includes time with peers who have a healthy, positive influence in their lives, and who are generally, engaging in sobriety as well. It includes having a secure attachment with parents and other adults who are supportive and emotionally understanding. Another protective factor is having parents or caregivers who role model healthy behavior around substance use and are both aware of what their kids are doing and also monitoring their behavior. Another protective factor is engaging in what are called prosocial activities that support positive development. So these are activities that are fun and engaging. They bring up the dopamine levels for young people naturally, and engaging in those, helping to connect our young people in those activities is really important. Living in a healthy, caring community is also a protective factor. And another protective factor is the ability to self-regulate, to calm your nervous system down through healthy coping strategies. Okay, so another way to think about protective factors is with a concept called the Healthy Mind Platter. This was developed by Dr. Dan Siegel. So the Healthy Mind Platter is like the USDA's food pyramid, but for mental nutrients instead. So he identifies 7 activities that optimize healthy brain development across the lifespan, such as focusing on goal-oriented tasks that challenge us and deepen connections in the brain. Playtime, which helps us make new and creative connections in the brain. and time to connect with others in the natural world. That reinforces our relational neural pathways. Physical exercise strengthens the brain. Downtime gives the brain time to recharge, and sleep gives the brain the time it needs to rest, consolidate learning, and recover from the day. The nutrient called time in, this means quiet reflection focused on our senses, our feelings and thoughts, and this helps to better integrate the brain. So the idea here is to include each of these essential mental activities. Mental wellness means reinforcing our positive, healthy connections with others and with the world around us. And it's also about strengthening connections within the brain itself. So this is just some food for thought, so to speak. Okay, so we've talked about the risk factors and some of the protective factors. And, unfortunately, we're going to find that for some young people, the protective factors in their life are not going to outweigh the risk factors when it comes to substance use, and they are going to develop a substance use disorder. So this is where you all come in. You can, or with prevention, of course. So now I'm talking about intervention. Your help can really guide them toward a path of recovery. So I'm going to talk now about engaging young people who are struggling with substance use. This is a huge topic, and I just have time to highlight some of the best practices that we know of that are based on research. So first, no surprise, empathy and non-judgment are essential. So you want to do your best to listen and to try to understand what it's like to walk in their shoes, to use what's called compassionate curiosity. So it's so important that we are taking time to listen to why young people are using substances, how it's actually working for them, how those substances are helping to meet their needs, at least in the short term. We want to have this very non-judgmental conversation or conversations, an open door to really listening to them. By helping them gain insight into their needs and the pros and cons of their substance use, you're giving them this non-judgmental space to think through what's really going on and to consider how they might be able to get their needs met in a healthier way. So we always also want to bring a message of hope that recovery is possible. There's so much stigma with substance use and mental health issues, and addiction is such a debilitating disease that it can be very easy to lose hope. But we can carry the hope for others even when they feel overwhelmed and can't see the path forward yet. It's also important for us to focus on helping young people build supportive relationships and a broader community of support. Addiction truly is a disease of isolation and disconnection. There's so much shame and stigma involved. People really isolate themselves. But connection and caring relationships is the antidote. So people are really healing through connection. So we want to help our young people build those connections. We also really want to focus on the positive. Sometimes what's going well for a young person can get clouded over by the problems caused by their substance use, their mental health challenges, their trauma history, not to mention just typical adolescent struggles. So by affirming what's going well and being as specific and genuine as possible when we do that, we can really help young people to feel more confident in their strengths and their skills. And all of that can lead to more motivation and confidence to make positive changes. Even just commending them for showing up to an appointment or opening up in a conversation or recalling a time when they were successful, even if things are really hard right now, all of that can be really helpful. We also want to help you think about and express their values and their goals and plans for the future. Many of these guidelines are encapsulated in an evidence-based model for engagement called motivational interviewing, which you may have heard of. This is also known as MI, and maybe you're already trained in this. So if you're not, I definitely recommend getting training. I know the Health Education Training Institute in Maine does wonderful trainings on this. MI is a client-centered counseling approach that helps people to resolve ambivalent feelings and find the internal motivation that's needed in order to move toward positive change and well-being. Motivational interviewing was originally developed to help people engage in substance use treatment. So there's a ton of research to back up that this is really, really can work. So the way this works is through non-judgmental acceptance, empathy, and a partnership with the other person that's based on mutual competency and respect for each other's expertise. And with that sort of therapeutic alliance, we can really help people gain insight into their needs and their strengths. We can help evoke their desire to move toward positive change. We know that motivation comes from within. So when people speak their own reasons for change, they're more likely to make those changes. So we can use the principles and the spirit of motivational interviewing to support this insight and desire for change. Before we wrap up, I want to reiterate the importance of family as a protective factor and how important it is to support the whole family in recovery. So I could talk about this for all day, but what's really important is that we let families know that their involvement is really integral to their child's recovery. So you want to take time to connect families with resources to support their own journey in recovery. You can tell all families about the CRAFT model, which stands for Community Reinforcement and Family Training. This is an evidence-based model to help families get their loved one into treatment while reducing their own pain and worry and sadness. I did see that you guys have a network of CRAFT training. It's one of the resources. I can't remember the organization that posted that, but I'm really happy to see that that's part of what's happening in Maine. You can also let families know about another model called the Invitation to Change approach. So this is combining CRAFT with motivational interviewing and something else called acceptance and commitment therapy. And the Invitation to Change approach was designed to help make it easier for families to actually implement CRAFT. So really, anything you can do to support the whole family is so important. You can also, help connect families with each other through peer support groups. And I didn't have time in this training to really share all the resources, but there's the 12-step groups like Al-Anon, Nar-Anon, and Families Anonymous. Here in Massachusetts, we have Learn to Cope. That's an amazing organization, and you can actually, I think you can join in some of those activities even from out of state. So yeah, please refer families to needed services, encourage self-care time, and also, more psychoeducation around addiction. Thank you also for making referrals to the substance use treatment continuum of care. So here in Maine, you can call 211 to find the local support groups and treatment programs. There are also many helpful resources to support healthy development for young people, including the wide range of providers who are participating in this conference. So I hope that you'll connect with each other and keep learning about how to best support children's healthy brain development over the lifespan. So I do have some resources that I'm going to share if there's a minute after this slide. But I really want to thank you for taking the time today to learn, for your hard work and for making a difference in the lives of youth and families at all stages of development. I hope you'll join us for a follow-up discussion to this session after the break. We'll have time to reflect on what the implications of neurodevelopment are for your workplace, as well as time for Q&A and some conversation. So I hope to see you there. And these are some of the key resources that I pulled out. You can look at this list. You have these slides. So, you can visit and get some more information. And this is how you can reach me. Feel free to contact me anytime, but also I will be here after the break for a Q&A and conversation. So I don't know if we're ready for the break or not. I wanted to make sure I got it in time. So when we come back, we'll be moving into this second section of the training.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Healthy Brains Matter, Considering the Implications of Neurodevelopment in Your Workplace, Questions, Answers, and Conversation. So for those of you who attended the session prior to this session, welcome back. I want to thank Jordana Willers again for a fantastic presentation, and now she'll be leading us in some more conversation, and that will then lead to questions and answers about the material that was presented in the previous session, and anything else that comes up during this conversation. My name is Dara Fruchter. I'm the project manager, substance exposed infants and maternal use prevention at the Maine CDC. And welcome, and thank you again for being here. Jordana?
Yes, thank you, Dara. All right, so welcome back. It was a very short break, so hopefully you guys have had some time to digest a little bit of what we talked about. I will just do a very quick recap. So what we focused on was understanding the key neurodevelopmental processes from infancy through young adulthood and how substance use can impact brain development at the various stages of growth. Then we talked about risk factors for addiction, as well as protective factors that support healthy neurodevelopment, and thinking about addiction as a pediatric basically a pediatric developmental disease. And then we talked a little bit about best practices to support young people who are impacted by substance use. And now we are going to talk about, what this means to you and what the implications are for your work. I also just wanted to briefly recap some key points I was trying to make, which is that healthy brain development over the lifespan really depends upon that complex interplay between nature and nurture, and that our goal is really to enhance protective factors and reduce or reverse the risk factors so that healthy brains and resiliency can develop. We know that the key risk factors for youth substance use disorders are early onset of use, genetics, environmental factors, trauma, and mental health. And also that there's always hope for recovery. So we want to engage youth and families and make what I call warm referrals for treatment and recovery. So really helping them in that very caring, compassionate way to really connect with those resources. So in this period of the session here, we're going to just focus on what the implications of neurodevelopment over the lifespan is for young people in your workplace or in your life. And then, what can you do to support healthy brain development for youth and young adults? Or if you're working with, pregnant women or early childhood, that whole span of time. And then the last thing I just wanted to say is, you could also think about something you learned today. Any questions? I will take any questions. I have one I can start with. And then, I'm also wondering if there's anything you want to learn more about. So I like the idea of when we're reflecting to have the rose, the thorn, and the bud. So the rose is, what's something that you learned? Just reflecting on that and trying to carry that forward in your work. The thorn is like, what do you want to learn more about? What are your questions, concerns? And then the bud, what do you want to learn more about? And I'm happy to follow up with people. Again, my contact information is here. And I don't know if I need to keep sharing these slides, so I can just stop and you can see my face. I don't know if I can see your faces, but I'm here to have this conversation with you guys. So, so let's see. I can start with one question that came in during the first part of the session, which was this one. It says, given the importance of a variety of inputs and stimuli for children's and adolescents' brain development, how do you think the pandemic lockdown will affect kids in the long term? Will they bounce back? So I think it's a really good question. I think we're all still learning about what the impacts long term are for this. Certainly, we know that isolation is not good for people's mental health, and the lack of socialization that the kids had, the disruption in their routine, in their schoolwork, all of that is, just the ripple effects are huge. And also the stress on families. We talked about stress and trauma and how that is a risk factor. But we also know that, kids are resilient. I think our society is trying to, everyone's trying to do more now, thinking about how to support kids with their mental health. But I think we all can, there's across the country, there is a mental health crisis with young people. And I am hopeful that we'll be able to do more work with youth and families around resiliency and how to, really incorporate those protective factors and how to support the whole family. Because I think a lot of families don't understand youth mental health issues. I know I'm the mom of 2 teenagers, both of whom have had some mental health issues, and it was really amazing to me, even though I'm in the mental health field, there was so much I needed to learn and navigate. So I think we really need to do more to work with families and help them understand, what's really effective in terms of resiliency. But yes, I'm always hopeful. There's always hope for recovery and for resiliency. And I think we have a long way to go, though. I appreciate the question. The second part of the question was, do you do similar presentations for neurodiversity, kids, and brain development? I'm open to developing trainings on a variety of things. And I could certainly do something like that. I do have a background, especially with autism spectrum disorder and other forms of neurodiversity with ADHD. So I do a lot of trainings on co-occurring disorders, and I talk about youth mental health issues and how that pertains to brain development and substance use on a regular basis. Okay, I'm not seeing more questions yet. So what do you guys think? I'll also welcome thoughts, like anything that thoughts, questions, ideas, anything.
I have a quick question for you, Jordana. So from your perspective, what do you think is a good age to start a conversation about, what's going on in the world of a child, how they're doing, how they're feeling about their life, talking about substance use and the risk factors. What is your perspective on that?
Yeah, okay, so that's a good question. Well, I think that we really need to be talking with our kids, throughout their lives about, what's healthy for their well-being and development, and not being afraid to have hard conversations. I think a lot of times it inadvertently contributes to the sort of misinformation that kids have, and also the isolation, if they feel like they can't bring something up because it's never been talked about with a parent or a provider, then it's a lot harder. So we want to talk early and talk often. As I don't know if you guys have heard of the Talk They Hear You campaign, but that's one of the messages from that. Lots of conversations. There's no perfect time to have a conversation. There's no perfect conversation to have. It's really about an open door to talking with our kids. And often it happens, not like let's sit down and I want to have the conversation with you, but in sort of like, while you're walking and talking and you're in the car, a lot of times kids don't want to like look right in your eyes while you're having a conversation. It's when they're feeling comfortable and like they are in, with someone they can trust, and they feel safe and, in that non-judgmental, very compassionate space. And I think then that, if we can, the more opportunities we can create for that over the course of a child's life, the more likely they are then to open up and let us know, what's going on with mental health, with their friends, with school, with substance use. it's the non-judgmental thing that can be really hard, because we often have our opinions, and then kids don't want to tell us because they are afraid of our reactions. So, being willing to really hear where they're at, and stay regulated. So I think one thing that we as providers and family members can really work on is, in preparation for these conversations, is to how to stay calm and emotionally regulated. That's helpful in all areas of one's life, but especially when talking to kids about hard issues. So, and it's okay if you don't have all the answers. You can have you can keep talking later after you've had more time to think about it. So you can just say, thank you for telling me, and I'm here for you. So
Thank you.
yeah, I see we did get a question here. So do you have references or specific studies that look at neonatal abstinence syndrome and long-term impacts on children? Also, is there anything that looks at the long-term impacts of medications that are treating the withdrawal symptoms in infants? Okay, so yes, I do. I would say that there's a lot of research that's been done on this, and I would need to follow up with this. If we know who this person is, then I can follow up afterwards, or AdCare will send out some information. So some organizations are really, doing a lot of work around this. So I did mention the National Center on Substance Use and Child Welfare, and they are looking at NAS and substance exposed newborns and impacts and the research. In terms, and then there's, I'm trying to remember the name. I don't have the organizations like I don't know if this is happening to anybody, but I have, hard time recalling things sometimes, but there's an organization that is really keeping track of the research. I will make sure that gets out to you, or maybe if there's a lull in the conversation, I can look it up now, but yes. And then in terms of medications for treating withdrawal symptoms, there's definitely a lot that's out there. So yes, we can get that to you. I'm not I don't have that information right in front of me, but I can share that. Okay. I'm just looking at some of I don't see a question, but I see some comments. So someone's saying, love the perspective of open door conversations, making these discussions just a part of our everyday parenting. Thank you. And then it concerns me that there is such a strain on the workforce interacting with kids in schools, and there is a lack of access to mental health services in general. Yeah, it is really concerning. I agree with you. We need to do so much more to support, the schools, to support our mental health care system, families, all of that. All right, are there other questions? I don't know, Dara, if you have other questions that you were thinking about as well.
I do have it's more of a thought, maybe a thought question. So, I hear from a lot of moms that providers that they're interacting with really there's no conversation around this, coming from either a pediatrician or a family practice physician, or even, an OB. There's no conversation around, early healthy brain development, brain development that's, even happening in the adult years. What is your perspective on that? And do you know if there are any models out there to educate medical providers on this particular topic? Because it seems pretty important that they would be that would be a priority in terms of conversations information they'd be sharing with parents.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand your question. So the question is this specific for healthcare providers you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah.
And sort of having this knowledge base and how they're sharing it with families?
Yeah.
So that's a good question. I think it really just varies by different providers, what they're sharing with families. I know a lot of pediatricians have like a ages and stages kind of information that when you go for your well child visit, they'll give you um, a list of kind of what to expect developmentally.
Mhm.
I there's certainly some really good organizations out there that can offer more information around this. So, like 0 to 3, the Center for the Developing Child, I think that's the name. There's Brazelton.
Right.
There's these organizations that are doing great work with this. When it comes to the healthcare providers, I know that they are looking at the healthy development, and they're also just trying, physically, the physical stuff has been the focus. And now there's a movement, like with the ACE study, for example, to do some kind of questionnaire, with families coming in about trying to understand adverse childhood experiences, how that might be playing a role. I think that's sort of a big area with healthcare providers that is changing and trying to encompass more of the how important it is to understand how trauma and mental health issues are impacting young people, and like from a very early age, and then getting the resources to those families, to try to mitigate some of the negative effects of those experiences. So the more that we can kind of educate our healthcare providers and help, I think they are kind of slowly the field of the healthcare field is trying to address that. I don't know if I'm answering your question.
Yeah, no, you are definitely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. Okay, so I see somebody's asking, how do we talk about neurodiversity with kids? Oh, that's a really good question. So I think we still have a long way to go with this, but we are definitely moving in the right direction. Just trying, there's more openness with adults, talking about their own neurodiversity. I like, for example, ASD, so the autism spectrum disorder, or ADHD. There's more, celebrities, and then also just people who are willing to share, this is where I'm at. And that's sort of setting an example for kids that it's okay to talk about, but there's still so much pressure to try to fit in, especially, kids are, they want to belong. And there's so many ways, like neurodiversity is such a big concept. So talking with them about, I think, really understanding that the differences that we have in learning, and the reasons for that are, I think, there's a lot more education that we need to do. And how we do that, I think a lot of it's coming in the home environment. I don't know what's happening in schools. I can't really speak to the curriculum or anything that might be part of what's happening. But families can really talk to their kids about it. I would be interested to know if there's any specific resources around that myself. I'm not, I'm sort of more in the substance use field than the entire neurodiversity field. But I think that there's a lot we need to still learn about. What does neurodiversity mean? How to appreciate that? Because a lot of times when somebody's neurodiverse, they are, they may have deficits in one area, but then they have strengths in these other areas. And so that, and we're just becoming a more neurodiverse, we're kind of evolving in that direction. So, and, really focusing on the strengths, I think, is a really important part of that. Okay. Hopefully I answered that question. All right, so somebody's commenting saying home visitors, parent coaches, etc., do share a lot of neurodevelopment information. So yes, thank you. That's another whole piece that sort of supporting the families around how to talk about this with their kids. Good idea. Okay. Somebody's asking, what types of long-term treatment services are available for children who have brain injury or developmental impact from substance use disorder or chronic stress? to help with the symptoms you mentioned, such as decreased attention, hyperactivity, etc. Okay, so that's a really big question. In terms of, it's sort of, first of all, we need to be able to identify those kids who are struggling from the impact of substance use and trauma and adverse childhood experiences. There's so much misdiagnosis, I think, because a lot of the symptoms of trauma, we'll just start with that one, really look like other things. And so a lot of kids, I think, they're having behavior problems. They're like, they're not able to focus, they're acting out, they're easily agitated, they're getting into fights with other kids. They're basically, their amygdala is overactivated. So they're in that fight, flight, or freeze mode and not really able to engage, the other part of their brain that is the thinking part of their brain, because they're in that emotional part so much, similar to like that video that I shared with you guys. So we need to educate people more to be able to pick up on this. FASD is another example of how hard it is. So in terms of long-term treatment services, first we have to like figure out what the real issue is, and not just, I think so many kids, it's that question of, not what's wrong with you, but what happened to you, or what is the challenge that you're experiencing because of what happened to you, and having, helping people access, I think, mentoring. Sometimes medications can be helpful to calm the nervous system and handle some of that. Sometimes it's CBT and other forms of outpatient therapy. Some kids are going to need more intensive levels of care for support. So it's a really big question. I hope that I'm giving some answer to that. Okay. Are there other questions? I don't see any in my chat box, but happy to answer them. I know you guys are doing a lot during this conference. Your minds must just be swimming with so much information. And the topic was very big, so, I can share a little bit about just the areas that I tend to do trainings on more, which are around youth and young adult substance use treatment and co-occurring treatment. And I work with the more intensive levels of care with those staff members to do trainings around topics like marijuana and family recovery supports and mental health, and all of the pieces that kind of play into how to help someone in recovery from substance use, including the neurobiology of addiction, motivational interviewing, things like that. And I'm forgetting a lot of the other topics, but I also work with all providers. I think one thing that I'll say is, I think collaboration is just so important, that we're working across systems to support youth and families. There's so much that we can learn from each other. The more that we are sharing resources with each other, the more we're able to connect people with supports that are out there, which I think is really, really critical. A lot of families don't know that they can get the help they need. You guys are quiet, but that's okay. Maybe someone will think of something. I'm here to answer anything that comes up. So I appreciate the feedback I'm getting. I guess I can't see it all, but I don't have questions, but I know you're out there, so thank you. I think a lot of this, what I was doing this morning, I was really looking at all the different sessions that are happening in this conference, and a lot of the topics that I touched on are going to be expanded upon or already have been sort of talked about in more depth. So you know, I feel like I was kind of doing a little bit of a kitchen sink training, but that there's an opportunity for you guys to learn more about a lot of the things I mentioned in the training. I don't know if there's anything I talked about in the training that isn't going to be addressed more. I think probably more the adolescents and the sort of the older kids part of the equation, but yeah.
Actually, Jordana, your presentation was like a beautiful complement to the adverse childhood experiences, positive childhood experiences, and brain science webinar that we did on Monday, which you mentioned in your previous session, because you really went deep in a way that she provided us with more of a framework. So this was this was like a really nice movement, I think, towards as you say, creating a foundation for the topics that are coming up.
Great. Well, thank you. And
Yeah.
we do have a question here. So,
Oh, great.
All right, a few of them. So that's good. All right. Is there anything set up for parents that are using medical cannabis treatment as part of their recovery treatment options, and how to navigate education in this situation? Okay, so that's a really good question. And I know there is a session coming up, right, on marijuana and parental use. I mean, we're living in this in sort of this almost uncharted territory of trying to understand what works with marijuana that's beneficial, and what is sort of really causing a lot of problems. So you're talking about medical marijuana, parents who are using it as part of their recovery. And I know that there are some people that do that. Maybe I see that as harm reduction, or depending on the kind of marijuana that, I think because, and I don't, this is a whole big topic about marijuana. There's safe ways that parents can be using marijuana that's not going to impact their parenting. And then, with medical marijuana, I'm not an expert in that. With adults, I can say with kids that there are very few reasons, where it's okay, where it's recommended. That's really epilepsy. But when it comes to adults, the research is ongoing around how this might be working. When it comes to substance use treatment, I think pretty much people in the field, often they're like, what works, if something's working for a parent and they're functional and they're doing well and they're engaging in recovery, and there are many pathways to recovery. So I'm not here to judge anyone's pathway, and harm reduction is a really important part of that. And marijuana has THC and CBD is not psychoactive. And, there's all this confusion around it. But I would say parents just really need to be educated around, I guess, first of all, what the impacts on the kids might be. So really making sure that they are being safe and role modeling health and well-being in the home, keeping substances away from the kids, not using anything that is going to have a, sort of get them high or anything around the kids. If they're using it as part of recovery, I'm assuming that means that they're not using it, misusing it. So there's a lot, I think they really need to be working closely with their recovery treatment providers to navigate that. It's a big question. Okay. And then it's somebody saying, as a follow-up to that question, information about parents that are using CBD to treat children's mental health behavioral challenges. Okay, so some of these things I'm gonna, just because of the time, I'll need to have AdCare follow up on resources, but I think that it is really important. I'm not talking about CBD for mental health like that. There's still, the research is still ongoing about that. I'm really talking about with THC, that is not something that should be used with kids because their brains are so vulnerable and developing. And we know that cannabis can have really negative consequences. So, but I'm talking about THC. So CBD is a separate topic. So I'm not so concerned about that. All right, so another question. We hear a lot about the dangers. Could you speak to protective factors for a moment for healthy development despite risks? Yeah, so I tried to, with my training, I really tried to have a balance of what risk factors are out there and protective factors. You know, having those healthy, relationships with nurturing adults is really important for healthy development. Having, some of the things I mentioned in the training, I think is just like, those are really critical. Being with peers that are gonna, sort of be not using substances and supportive for that child. Being in an environment that is also, really focusing on positive development is important. And connecting them, like I said, with activities that they enjoy that, sort of help build up those dopamine levels is really important, and even just talking to kids about the impact of substance use and the risks that are out there, especially if there's a genetic concern. I could talk about this longer, but I feel like we addressed some of it in the prior session, but it's a really good question. So thank you for focusing on it. Somebody else is asking, okay. Well, there's some other people bringing some things up. So somebody's saying, I think in reference maybe to the CBD question, I'm referring to controlled and bought from legitimate companies that offer potency analysis. Or maybe that's referring to the parents using marijuana for medical purposes. So yes, let's communicate by email about that. I would be happy to discuss that further. Okay, and somebody else was saying, even with medical marijuana, if the person is becoming impaired, it has gone beyond medicinal use. Okay, so yeah, and I know there's going to be another session on marijuana, right, and the impact. So there'll be an opportunity to talk more about that.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, there's going to be a session on the impacts of marijuana during pregnancy and beyond.
Okay, good. Okay, well, I don't see more questions, but I don't know if there's, and I'm sort of losing track of time. Okay, so we have a little bit.
We have about 2 minutes, 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute, okay. Any last question in this last minute that I can answer for anyone? And also feel free to follow up with me. You all have my email, so I'm happy to answer questions by, following this session.
Well, thank you so much, Jordana. This was wonderful. And thank you everyone for entering into this conversation with us and offering all these fantastic questions and comments. And you can be in touch with Jordana directly. And if AdCare can support in any way getting, connections made, we'll definitely do that as well.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Take care, everyone. Have a great rest of the conference.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your afternoon. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. This is the CradleME referral system we're going to review with you. I am Tammy Hatch with the Maine CDC. I work in the public health nursing division, and I help to supervise the CradleME central referral team and work closely with all the partners here that are included in the services that are available. with the CradleME referral system. Next slide. Thank you. Sorry about that. We'd just like to disclose that none of the planners or presenters here have any relevant financial relationships to disclose. Next slide. So many of you are very familiar with the CradleME system, and you've been part of some of the painful changes over the last few years. Hopefully it's only getting better, and we want to explain to you the process. Oh, you could go back. Thank you. We just want to explain to you how to get a hold of CradleME. Could you go back one slide, please? Thank you. We are staffed with 5 staff members. Kathy McKay is our referral system coordinator. Just for you to know, you should reach out to her if you're ever having problems with referrals or the process with it, working with our team. Brittany Cicchetti is our new intake referral nurse. She's assuring that the information is thorough before we send it along to our partners. Vanessa Jenkins is working with us as a program liaison with the Maine mom. And we have Kylie Robbins, who's a program assistant. Our hours are Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. You can call us, fax us. We have at the CradleME.org site, there are downloadable PDFs that you could complete and fill and fax or email to us. So I want to be sure that you understand all the ways that you could reach us. Thank you. Next slide. So CradleME is designed for all families in Maine. Often in the past, there's been some confusion about, do we qualify, or what services might be best for me? And a lot of the time providers aren't really sure. And we've tried to get the form to be more transparent and explain the service with brief descriptions about what each of these are, so that there aren't any questions or misunderstandings. You can refer the family. We do want them to be aware of the referral. Some of our partners really can't do outreach without them being aware and having given verbal or written permission to allow us to outreach to them. So whether you're referring them, being sure to notify them and have their consent to do that also. And patients and community members, they can also self-refer. They could call us at any time and we'll process the referral just as though it came from providers. Next slide. So these are the CradleME supports that are now available on the CradleME referral form. Public health nursing, of course, Maine Families Home Visiting, WIC, Child Development Services, and Maine Mom. And as we go, each of these disciplines are going to give you a presentation of the services they provide. Thank you. Next slide. So what we do at Central Referral, first of all, we try to process your referral within 24 hours, meaning that it will be sent on to a nurse or to the discipline you've chosen or requested for the family, WIC or Child Development Services. Then our process, at least at Public Health Nursing, is that we make an outreach call to them within 24 hours. Oftentimes that's a little early for them, but we notify them that we're aware of the referral, and we often end up doing several outreach calls. They're busy. We've initiated texting, which has been really helpful and has improved with accessing our clients. After several outreach attempts, we send an outreach letter to them that says, this is the services that we can provide for you. If we don't hear back from you, we'll assume that you're not interested. Even if the folks do receive this letter, they can call us at any time. There's no time limit. Maybe 2 weeks down the road, they're feeling a little uneasy, or they go to the providers and they've been calling with lots of concerns, it is still okay to refer to us. This isn't just a hospital discharge. Be sure to always consider us. We just want to make sure you understand that there is no wrong door for a CradleME form. It can come from WIC, Maine Family sends us referrals. We refer to each other. We get calls from neighbors, friends, family members, social workers. So we really just want you to be sure that you're always considering this. That one call actually opens the door to all of these services. At the bottom, we note, that we're really hoping that we get a lot more prenatal engagement, where we've worked with some of our clients and found out asking, why weren't you interested in CradleME, or what could we do better, and how could we engage you to want the services? And we did hear that they wish they would have heard it before they went to the hospital to give birth. And sometimes these families have not heard this. And, it's unfortunate they may get the message when they're being told that they're going to, have to be reported to the Office of Child and Family Services because their infant's been born affected by substances. And that's just not a time to be able to promote great service that we can offer when they're at this big crossroad in their life. It just seems to overwhelm them, and that isn't the best way to get engagement. So it's clearly early. First initial OBGYN with the medication-assisted treatment providers. Please consider us as part of the plan. Always have that consideration that this team of all these specialties can really help families to be successful. Thank you. Next slide. Kind of reiterating that, signing people up early does lessen the family stress, having supports in place, hoping to have positive experiences with good, successful family outcomes. And if that doesn't happen prenatally, postpartum, we're still a great resource, all of the team here, to help the family adjust to their new family member and the roles within a new family, whether it's the, whomever's bringing the family home, with all different types of families at this point. Next slide. What we're doing, we've all been busy over the last couple of years, but we really are starting to get very focused. We work within the DHHS with our internal partners, Office of Child and Family Services, the Maine Mom Initiative, the Substance Task Force. We're part of many initiatives happening across the state. And we also are working closely with some communities. We're trying to get out to the OBGYN practices. We're trying to make calls to educate them, to get our brochures out there. I didn't put on here that we're also, reaching out to pediatricians. The families who are calling you often, the people who are nervous, that's a perfect time to think about a CradleME referral and to offer up that extra support that they might need, to be an extension of your service, to be able to support them at home. We also monitor data as far as where our referrals are coming from, so that we can do better outreach for hospitals that have very few. Because, based on apparently 12,000 births in Maine a year, our referrals for CradleME over the last year was around 5,000. So and that's counting mom and baby. So there is a lot more families that we could be impacting. Next slide, please. Again, we want to work with the birth-in hospitals. We'd love to be invited to your team to be able to talk about it, have questions, so that you feel comfortable presenting it to families when you are asked questions. And then, we are continually collaborating with the department and our community to make sure that folks are aware of the supports that the CradleME referral system can provide. to the families in Maine. Next slide. I just want to give a brief overview of our public health nursing as a whole team. Our mission really is very basic to strengthen the equality of access to public health services for Maine people, and that we hope that Maine people live well and that they're healthy and safe. Right now, we have a team of about 30 public health nurses, and it's ever growing, which is really exciting. We also contract across the state with folks who do business just as the public health nurses. As I said, we've had around 5,000 referrals with the CradleME within the last year, and between the public health nurses and our contractors, we have done over 10,000 in-home visits. So there's a need out there, and it's really important about engaging our folks, that we do decrease the stigma and that they realize that the public health nurses are advocates for them, mentors, educators, where we are there to support their success all together. I just want you to be aware, we don't only do maternal child health, we also support families with immunizations. We are involved with, supporting other departments in the Maine CDC with the tuberculosis, lead. We support, children with special health needs, asthma, and we're also supporting the refugee families. We work collaboratively with all of the partners that we are working with. We're always looking for ways to improve engagement. There's just one thing I'd like to say about how nursing in public health is so important, by just bringing us back to Florence Nightingale's, her environmental theory, which is that she states that nursing is an act of utilizing the environment of the patient to assist them in their recovery. And that's really what public health nursing does. When we go into a home, we're doing a physical assessment, but we are doing a comprehensive assessment completely about their everything, their whole wheel around them. What's their nutrition, their sleep. We're promoting wellness, follow-up appointments. Sometimes we're just listening. There's so much that a family needs in support, and you may hear some of our services seem to cross over, and it seems like we all do the same thing, but not every family chooses all of us. So, there's all of us are always looking to coordinate care and to be collaborative and to connect them to community resources. This page here is just explaining, that as well as our newborn assessments, we're also working with the moms, making sure about postpartum depression and her own health. So we are excited to be a part of all this work we do to improve families in Maine. And I am thrilled to be able to be here with you folks and to let you hear about all the other programs that also are partnered with the CradleME referral system. So next slide, please. I'm going to introduce Kathleen Willett. She is the systems coordinator for Maine Families Home Visiting, and she's going to explain what their services are about. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. So thank you. As Tammy mentioned, my name is Kathleen Willett, and I'm the systems coordinator for the Maine Families Home Visiting Program with the Maine Children's Trust. The mission of the Maine Children's Trust is to work to strengthen families, promote healthy relationships, and support communities to prevent child abuse and neglect. The Maine Children's Trust provides infrastructure to support the Maine Families system. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Maine Families is a free and voluntary home visiting program available statewide. with 11 local agencies providing home visiting supports to families in all 16 counties. Our certified and professional family visitors offer evidence-based and prevention-focused parenting education and support and work with families in the context of parent-child interaction during home visits. Visit frequency is based on family need and choice and can change over time according to family request. Generally, weekly or biweekly visits are encouraged, especially during the postpartum period or for families facing challenges. In response to the pandemic, Maine families adopted a virtual visiting delivery model to ensure safe and effective services remained available to families at all times. Currently, in-home services have resumed throughout the state, but virtual visits remain an option when needed or requested. Next slide, please. All pregnant people, expectant couples, or parents of a baby under 3 months of age are eligible to join Maine families. Other eligible families include those with parents who themselves are under 21 and who have a baby up to 6 months of age, or within 3 months of a baby joining the family for adoptive families or kinship placements if the baby is 12 months of age or younger. Once enrolled, ongoing participation is determined based on family choice and family need until the child reaches 3 years of age. Last year, certain Maine family sites were able to expand their eligibility criteria under Maine's Family First Prevention Services Plan. With this expansion, the Office of Child and Family Services can refer Family First eligible families who have children aged 3 months to 4.5 years of age to Maine Families programs in Aroostook, Androscoggin, Oxford, Penobscot, Piscataquis, Kennebec, and Somerset counties. Plans are currently underway to expand Family First statewide by the end of the year. Regardless of the eligibility pathway that leads a family to Maine families, participation in the program is entirely voluntary and free. Next slide. Our skilled family visitors use a non-judgmental and compassionate approach that empowers parents with skills, tools, and confidence to nurture the healthy growth of their baby. All Maine Families programs are affiliates of the evidence-based and internationally recognized Parents as Teachers home visiting model. The Parents as Teachers approach includes visits planned with a focus on many topics, including supporting parents as their child's first and most important teacher, fostering optimal physical and emotional health and well-being for children and their parents, strengthening bonding and attachment between parents and children, enhancing parents' interest in and knowledge of their child's development, and supporting family stability and self-sufficiency. Next slide, please. Family visits are offered in partnership with the parent and tailored to their individual needs or interests. Generally, family visitors share information and resources about child development, offer developmentally appropriate activities, share books and games to encourage and promote parent and child interaction, and finally, to offer community connections to support family well-being and stability overall. Next slide, please. In addition, our family visitors engage in regular developmental monitoring and partner with parents to complete developmental screenings, which take a closer look at the child's communication skills, fine and gross motor development, problem-solving ability, and social and emotional behaviors. Family-centered assessments offer a snapshot of the family, creating a picture that helps the family and their visitor set goals and plan for services. These different assessments and screenings help the family and their visitor to work in partnership to identify and leverage the family's strengths and their protective factors that promote resilience and well-being and guide the family's goal-setting priorities. In addition, the information gained by engaging in these assessments and screenings Help the visitor identify key community resources to offer to the family to increase well-being and stability. Using all this information taken together with the interests of the family, the visitor helps the family develop family goals. Through collaboration and a strengths-based approach, the family visitor then provides additional resources and support to the family to help them achieve these goals. The goal-setting process is designed to help families build their confidence and competence in being their child's first and most important teacher, and is a key component of the Maine Families programs. Next slide, please. To learn more or to find your local Maine Families program, visit mainefamilies.org. If you're interested in learning more about the Maine Children's Trust or to join our listserv, visit us online or email us at info@mechildrenstrust.org. I appreciate being given the opportunity to share about the services provided by the Maine Families Home Visiting Programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, we are going to have Samantha Blanchard, who is with us from WIC, Women, Infant, and Children, and she is the nutrition coordinator. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. As Tammy said, I'm Samantha Blanchard, the nutrition coordinator for Maine WIC, Women, Infants, and Children Nutrition Program, located at the CDC. You can go to the next slide. So what is WIC? WIC is a public health program that provides complete nutrition care. We're administered by the Maine CDC and we're federally funded. We do provide 4 pillars of service, and I'll touch on them briefly here, but I'm going to go deeper into each one of these later through the presentation. The 4 pillars of service are that we offer healthy food benefits. Examples of those foods are here. Nutrition education, breast and chest feeding promotion and support, referrals to other services for women's, infants, and children who are at nutrition risk. And it's important to know that this program is designed for people to enroll during pregnancy, again, trying to get people prenatally as early in pregnancy as possible, and for children to remain enrolled until their 5th birthday. Next slide. A little, where is WIC in Maine? So we have, we're contracted with 8 local agencies. There are a total of 67 sites across Maine. 16 of these sites are open every day, Monday through Friday, or full time. And you can see from this ledger, the red diamonds are our local agencies, that the Maine local agencies. And you can see the orange grocery carts are the grocery stores, the approved vendors. We have 199 where our WIC participants can shop for their WIC benefits. They can also shop for benefits at farmers, and we have right now 65 approved farmers across the state of Maine, and these are not listed on this. But just so your background here, there are 89 WIC agencies throughout the United States. So if you're listening from a place that is not in Maine and you're interested in these services, WIC is offered in other states as well, including military and across overseas. And in Maine, we also actually have 2 other WIC programs. They're administered by Indian Township and Pleasant Point. We have 17,000 participants that we see here, and just wanted to give you a little snapshot of where we are in the state of Maine. So next slide, please. If you're looking for a specific clinic, just so you're aware, we do align with the 8 public health districts, and we are in every county in Maine. So if you're looking for a specific location, these would be the agencies that you would want to reach out to. Aroostook, you would go to the Aroostook County Community Action Program. Bangor would be Bangor Public Health, and so on. Next slide. So who is WIC for? So as you've heard and will hear, Maine WIC is slightly different than the other programs with CradleME because we do have a couple of qualifying factors. You do have to meet certain eligibility requirements. And these include that you have to be first categorically eligible. So a woman who is pregnant or is breastfeeding or chest feeding, you have to be a baby or have a baby within the last 6 months, be an infant or a child up to 5 years old. And this includes people who have adopted a child, foster children, if they have custody of foster children. Grandparents can apply for children they have custody of. Fathers can apply for their children. And this includes our migrant workers as well. So these are families, anybody that lives in Maine that meets these requirements, including our migrant workers. Along with being categorically eligible and living in Maine, you also have to be income eligible. So there are 3 things that make you automatically income eligible, and that would be SNAP, TANF, or Maine Care. If you don't have SNAP, TANF, or Maine Care, then we would look at your income, and you would just have to meet a certain income requirement, which is 185% of the federal poverty level. And that would be determined by, our local agencies determine that at a certification process. If you have more questions about the income guidelines, you can visit our website right down there. But the final factor in order to be eligible for WIC benefits and to be a WIC participant is that there has to be a nutrition risk determination. And this does sound a little bit scary when I say that, but it's really not. It is determined by our local agency staff who are trained nutrition professionals. And most people in the United States have a nutrition risk. It could be something like low iron, not getting enough water, not eating enough fruits and veggies, or it could be something a little bit more intense like diabetes or high blood pressure. So those are the qualifying factors for the WIC program. Next slide, please. Once you qualify for WIC, you are seen every 3 months. It's a really great aspect of the program. So, and every 3 months, we have what we call nutrition education programs. So once they're certified, these appointments, we gather information so that we have a history. We gather height, weight, hemoglobin. We talk about dietary preferences, health history, and we can really paint a picture of what this participant looks like, where they're living, who they're living with, food preferences. And from here, what we can do is we use a technique called VENA, Value Enhanced Nutrition Assessment. And this technique allows the WIC staff person to work with the participant and meet the participant where they are. And they're going to work together, and they're going to talk about a nutrition topic as determined by the participant, because this is all participant led. And then what they're going to do is they're going to set some goals, and they're going to talk about what they want to work on, if there is something that they want to work on. From here, what would happen is we would provide a healthy food benefit to the participant so that they can reach these specific goals that they're working on. And you can go to the next slide. So the food benefits go directly onto an eWIC card. And each food benefit that is on, or each food that is on our approved food list, has been reviewed by a nutrition professional at WIC. So these foods are here to help with brain development. They're there to help provide extra calories and nutrients for a healthy pregnancy. Each food is monitored to make sure it meets whole grain requirements, iron requirements, reduced sugar, added salts, and fats. Every single food we look at and review the nutrition facts panel to make sure that it's appropriate for our participants. They also get, with all of these delicious foods that are listed on here, they get a farmer's market benefit. So they can use fruits and veggies. They can go to the farmers in Maine and support their local farmers and get extra fruits and veggies each year, or each season, I should say. Next slide, please. So I just said 2 of the pillars of service, so nutrition education and healthy food benefits. But the next pillar of service is that we provide breast and chest feeding support and education for our participants. And it's an integral part of the work that we do every single day, especially with the formula crisis, which I'm sure you're all aware of. We provide support in various ways. So it could be a human interaction. We have international board certified lactation consultants and CLC, certified lactation counselors, who can help troubleshoot if a latch isn't working right, or if something just doesn't feel right and mom has some questions, we can help to troubleshoot any of those issues. We also have support in the way of breastfeeding peer counselors. So moms or people who have provided human milk in the past that are here to support that family in whatever questions they may have at whatever hour of the day, to answer that phone and say, I've been there, I've also had that situation happen, and this is what the next steps that I think we should take together. Along with the human-to-human interaction, we also provide supplies that are materials. So we have electric breast pumps that are hospital grade, we have silicone breast pumps, we have breast milk storage bags, all of this stuff as listed here. We also have stop-in appointments, so people can come in and weigh their babies if they're concerned. We offer, we go out to festivals and bring festivals and fairs and outreach, and we bring we call it a baby hydration station to provide a quiet space for a nursing or pumping parent who wants to use that quiet space to provide milk to their child. You can go to the next slide. And our final pillar of service is that WIC provides referrals. So we will provide referrals to any other service that a woman, infant, or child, or their guardian could possibly need. We do use the CradleME referral system at our clinics, and we refer to each other using that system. But I really wanted to highlight these referrals from 2020 to 2021. These are our referrals from our local agencies, each local agency broken down for mental health and substance treatment, excuse me. These, it may look like a really small number of referrals, but to me, knowing that we serve 17,000 participants every year, it could look really small, but it kind of gives hope to know that we provide a really open, welcoming, safe area. And we see our participants so often that they feel safe and comfortable asking for specific referrals, such as the ones listed here. So for me, this is just kind of a glimmer of hope from our clinics. Next slide. Along with our referrals and meeting participants where they are, WIC is working to be trauma informed. This slide says trauma informed, but it's always a work in progress, as we know. And this helps us to meet our participants where we are and work with them and meet them with open arms and non-judgmental appointments. So we do offer training for our staff every year in ACEs, trauma, microaggressions. We offer self-care information for them. And we do open these trainings up to other programs, so who also serve our demographic. And the reason behind that is that, where there's no wrong door, right? As we said, we want to make sure that we're all saying the same information, we're all on the same page. So we try to include the same services in these trainings. We serve non-traditional families, and it's important, like I said, to know that we meet participants where they are. You can go to the next slide. So in summary, I know that was really fast and I could talk about WIC all day, so I apologize for talking so fast, but children who are enrolled in WIC are healthier than children who are not enrolled in WIC. At Maine WIC, we have a saying, and it's do good things and feed the babies. The next slide is if you just contact information. Next slide. Next slide again. And our non-discrimination statement, if you would like to look into that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Samantha. We have two more presenters. The next one is Samantha Jackson, who is coming from Child Development Services. She's the Early Intervention Program Manager. Go ahead, Samantha.
Thank you, Tammy. Like Tammy said, I'm Samantha Jackson. I'm an early intervention program manager for Child Development Services. I work out of the Waterville and Farmington offices. And Child Development Services has 9 regional sites in the state. So we'll go to the next slide and I'll kind of dive in a little and hopefully talk fast, but not too fast. So Child Development Services, or Maine's early intervention program, is under the supervision of the Department of Education. And it is the section of the Individuals with Disabilities Act that provides statewide services for early intervention for infants and toddlers, so from birth until age 3. So the focus of early intervention is to basically support caregivers, that can be kinship placements, foster parents, birth families, with promoting their child's development in their home, in their natural environment. Sometimes that includes childcare and community settings. I only had a couple of slides, so we can go to the next one. So as with some of the other programs we talked about, Child Development Services EI program is voluntary and it is also provided at no cost to families. We work through a variety of eligibility criteria as some of the other programs. We do a 5-domain full developmental evaluation to determine eligibility. Eligibility can also be based on an established condition of risk. We have a list of hundreds of those. But what I wanted to point out today is that one of those established condition of risks that would make a child automatically eligible are substance exposed infants. So any child birth through age 3 with a history of substance exposure can be automatically eligible without needing to meet the criteria on an evaluation. If and when a family chooses to move forward and their child is eligible for services, we have a multidisciplinary team made up of special educators, speech therapists, physical therapists, nutrition consultants, dietitians, occupational therapists, social workers. The list goes on and on that work together to help provide services in the child's natural environment. And to develop that service plan, we complete an interview with the family that really just talks about what their day looks like and help them create outcomes for not just their child's development, but things that they may want to work on as a family. Sometimes that involves continuing education, assistance with housing, on top of developmental needs for the child. I think I touched on all of those. Let's see. I think the another major piece to potentially touch on would be the fact that we use what's called a primary service provider approach. So we have a full disciplinary team, but what happens is with that meeting with the family, we determine who's going to be the most likely primary service provider, and that will be the family's home visitor and see the family based on a schedule that meets the family's needs. That could be weekly, it could be a couple times a month, and that's the provider who's going to work directly with the family to help them meet their outcomes, but can pull in sort of those other disciplines for support or additional visits or resources if needed. So that was a super fast run through of what we do. I did want to mention that I believe everyone has access to the virtual conference table. So aside from just having referrals come through CradleME. We also receive referrals from childcare providers. Parents can make direct referrals, doctor's offices, anybody can make a referral, and our referral form is on the virtual table, as well as some authorizations, some more information about our eligibility process, and some more information about our services. There is a digital brochure in case you wanted to download that and share that with anybody. And again, any questions can go through any of those websites, and you can find the site that covers your area.
Okay. Thank you, Samantha. Our next slide and our next presenter is Elissa Tuttle with the Maine Mom program, and she's the program manager. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know we're pretty much up at the end of the session, so I'm going to go through these super fast. I'm Elissa Tuttle. As Tammy said, I'm so happy to be joining the CradleME panel. I did an earlier discussion on Maine Mom, so we'll go through this super fast because I mostly want to talk about how important CradleME is to mom. So let's move to the next slide. And I think I'm going to have you go to the next slide. Thank you. So just as a grounding, Maine Mom is an initiative. It's a 5-year initiative. We're about halfway through. It's in partnership with the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Innovations. And it's focused on these objectives to improve Maine Care's. We're housed in the Office of Maine Care Services. And we are looking to overall improve Maine Care's perinatal opioid use disorder treatment services, to spread education and best practices among healthcare teams who are serving this population of pregnant people with opioid use diagnosis, and strengthen the system of care. And you can pop right to the next slide. This is an example of the components of Maine Mom. We serve prenatal through postpartum. I'm so happy that postpartum coverage was just expanded to a year. And basically the model works in the healthcare delivery system. We provide wraparound services with our care delivery partners. In addition to the typical prenatal and OB care teams, they also provide recovery coaching and patient navigation services for mom. There's required components of the program. They must receive access to medication-assisted therapies for opioid use disorder and recovery services, in addition to the typical prenatal, OB, and postpartum care. Let's pop on to the next slide. I'm going to have you go pretty fast. Okay, this is where I want to pause. Because we are so happy to have the CradleME relationship, and it's really important to Maine Mom. You can go to the Maine Mom website, that's here, and my contact's at the end. You can contact me for more information if you didn't get the earlier session on Maine Mom. But I wanted to share just a couple of referral stories to show you how important it is with CradleME to have this liaison. We have Vanessa Jenkins is staffed as a liaison between Maine Mom and CradleME, and her purpose is to really help us improve the meaningfulness of the referrals and the effectiveness of the referrals. Vanessa gave me a couple of stories I just wanted to share with you. Here's one. I called this mom and introduced myself and asked how she was feeling. Mom started to cry and shared that she had lost a previous baby later in her pregnancy. The loss of this child caused her to start drinking, and that led to the use of opiates over time. The mom recently learned that she was pregnant with another child and would like support to quit using substances. I offered supportive words to this mom and empathized with her pain. I told her what the Maine Mom program is about and emphasized that it was cost-free and judgment-free, and mom eagerly accepted the services. So important to have this skilled and trained person working with us. Here's one more and then I'll stop. When I called this mom, I quickly learned that the baby was removed from the mother's care. It was difficult to make out what the mom was saying while she sobbed on the phone. She shared with me that she's not the person she was before, and she's worked hard to remove herself from anything that connected her to her past. I empathized with her and validated how hard it must be for her. She shared that she would be able to see her baby in a few days. I used that as the window to discuss ways that she could wrap support around herself during this time. I discussed the CradleME programs such as public health nursing and Maine Mom, which she was eager to learn about. The phone call ended with the mom calming down and feeling hopeful for her future. We're just so happy to have this relationship. It's really important for Maine Mom. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just in closing, we're up against our time limit here. I just want, everybody loves to share how great the services are, and to please consider, the CradleME referral for all these families in Maine. And if there are any questions, we'll respond to them later through the chat or through AdCare. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Becca Matasovich, and I'm very happy to welcome you to this session on behalf of our panel. You are about to hear from 3 incredible hygienists and oral health leaders, and I can't tell you how excited I am that you will have the opportunity to hear from all 3 of these dental superheroes in one panel today. I have a couple housekeeping notes, and then I will set the stage for our panelists, each of whom is going to introduce themselves to use our time most efficiently. We are very interested in your thoughts and questions, so please feel free to put comments and questions in the chat. I'm going to monitor it, and we'll try to see if there's time to answer any of them as we go. And we will also try to save a few minutes at the end to answer questions as well. If we can't get to them all, we can write answers for AdCare to share back with all of you afterwards. Denise, maybe you want to launch the slides. We've also put together some links and resources for the conference table, the virtual conference table, and that's linked to this session. So if you're looking to dig deeper into any aspects of this whirlwind tour, hopefully you'll find those resources helpful. And next slide. None of our panelists have any commercial relationships to disclose. Keep going. So to provide a backdrop for this panel, I was asked to share just a little bit of background about the current status of children's oral health in Maine and the work of our network. To paint a quick picture, I'm just going to fly through a handful of slides that you can review in more detail when you have time. But first, people are always curious about how kids' dental coverage compares to health insurance coverage. And of course, it's not nearly as good. This slide shows 2020 data from the Maine Health Data Organization's all-payer claims database, and we're eagerly awaiting the 2021 data that should be available shortly. But in 2020, this shows that about 58% of kids in Maine had consistent dental coverage throughout the year, either through MaineCare or a commercial dental insurance plan. And then the other 42% of kids is evenly split between those who had either MaineCare or commercial dental insurance for part of the year and those who had no coverage at all. Some proportion of that 21% with no coverage may have the family resources to pay out of pocket for dental care, but many, of course, do not. Next slide. This one takes that 58% of kids who had consistent dental coverage and looks at whether they had any preventive dental claims during the year. Among those with commercial dental insurance, you can see that 60% had one or more preventive claims in 2020. And among those with MaineCare, it was only 40%. And you can really see the impact of the pandemic in these numbers already. The disparity has certainly been evident for years, and it got worse for both groups, but the drop was clearly bigger for kids with MaineCare. But one thing that often gets hidden in the percentages here is the scale of this challenge that we're talking about. The kids who are consistently covered and not receiving any care at all represent about 90,000 kids in Maine. And then we add those who are inconsistently covered or have no dental coverage. And we're talking about around 150,000 children in our state who are not accessing dental care at all, at least not in the traditional ways in which our system delivers and pays for it. Next slide. This one goes a little deeper to look at how these disparities play out by age and by county. And I get especially concerned about how preventive care takes a nosedive. You can see at age 19 and 20, especially when we think about how this group is not necessarily very far off from becoming the next generation of parents, which is a theme that Courtney will pick up on. And of course, there are wide variations across Maine counties. More resources and more providers does not necessarily translate into more care for kids living in poverty. Some of the largest counties with the highest rates of care among commercially insured kids have the lowest rates of access for kids with Maine care, as you can see on the left end of this range with Cumberland and York counties. And at the other end of the spectrum are counties such as Aroostook and Washington, where the rates of care may be lower overall, but there is lower or no disparity between commercial insurance and Maine care. Again, you can look back at these slides if you're interested in seeing where your county falls on these. Next slide, though. So I know it's easy to get intrigued by the claims data, and I always like to bring it back to remind us that access to care is one factor in a whole web of factors that influence oral health. It's definitely not the only challenge, and it seems important to help people understand that currently we're failing to provide even a bare minimum of basic preventive care for about half of the kids in our state. And you can keep going, next slide. So I like to just reinforce the point that certainly the oral health experience of our kids is going to be driven by the whole combination of individual, community, and macro level factors, just like every other health issue is. Next slide. So now that I've completely depressed you, I do have some good news. There are many awesome policy changes unfolding even as we speak, and they are all essential steps in the right direction. The impacts of these changes are going to take time. They won't take hold overnight, but they are big news for those of us who know how important oral health really is. On this slide, you can see a quick rundown of these changes. At first, Maine Care has completely overhauled their dental benefits, with adults now eligible for comprehensive care rather than emergency only care. And this is really huge news, especially because it was simultaneously implemented with the first major fee increases in 30 years and a much more logical rate setting process that will ensure that they can be actually updated regularly so we don't go another 30 years before the next fee increases. This final rule just got announced this morning, so we're very excited about that progress. And thanks to a bill sponsored by Representative Lori Gramlich last year and unanimously supported by both parties, and Governor Mills's budget this year has included restoring the state oral health coordinator position within Maine CDC, as well as increased funding for the school oral health program to begin expanding to all schools in the state. And Sherry will talk more about this program. And lastly, but not least, the Board of Dental Practice has adopted several new licensing rules following statutory changes to the Dental Practice Act in recent years, including licensing for mid-level providers known as dental therapists, as well as new rules authorizing teledentistry, which actually have now been enacted since we submitted these slides a couple of weeks ago. So this is all really great progress. Next slide. In spite of the euphoria that some of us oral health policy geeks may feel about these successes, I do have to swing back to balance out that sense of joy with a dose of reality again, because the dental sector faces the same workforce challenges that every other sector faces in this COVID impacted world that we live in. There was a great article in the Maine Sunday Telegram this past Sunday that really explained this challenge very well. So if you're interested in more on this, I would encourage you to check out that article. But the point here is really just that there's a lot of work to do on the workforce front. So I'm not going to talk through these details. And just my last slide here. I want to leave you with a quick introduction to our network, the Children's Oral Health Network of Maine. CONE, as we call it, formed about 5 years ago to bring collaborative leadership and a network approach to the task of transforming Maine into a state where we can meet the oral health needs of all children and families, prioritize prevention, and address oral health as a key element of overall health and economic well-being. We certainly welcome engagement by any and all partners who are interested in working together with others towards this shared vision we've agreed on, which is that all children in Maine can grow up free from preventable dental disease. Courtney, Sherry, and Kate are all very active core partners in the network. So as you listen to them, you will naturally get a sense of the work that we do. So with that backdrop, I am now going to hand it over to our illustrious panel here today to share with you a bit more about how we can think about the oral health circle of life. I'm thrilled to introduce you to Courtney Vanna, who will take it from here.
Thank you very much, Becca. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to be sharing this beautiful fall Maine this afternoon with you, this beautiful fall afternoon in Maine with you. I am the program manager for oral health initiatives at Medical Care Development. And I want to go ahead and start by sharing some thoughts with you. You can go ahead and advance the slide, Denise. As Becca mentioned a moment ago, oral health for children really begins with maternal oral health. And it's really important that we understand that when we're talking about child and infant oral health, we really need to back up a little bit and look at mom's oral health. And we'll talk more about that in a minute. The other thing to understand is that the most important time for preventing dental disease is before it happens, right? We know that once the dental disease process begins, it can be a chronic and incredibly expensive process to treat. So prevention is the most important time. So being able to work with new moms and pregnant moms and young children is the most important time to think about prevention of dental disease. The other thing to know is that it's not that we don't know how to prevent dental disease, because we do. We have many tools and new knowledge that's available to us in the dental world that absolutely can prevent dental disease. However, as Becca just outlined for you, most often it's not the tools and the knowledge that prevent people from preventing dental disease. It's that often there's an inability to access those tools and that knowledge, because typically it comes through the traditional dental model, which, as Becca outlined, many children do not have access to. So overcoming this will require some out-of-the-box thinking, and I'll share with you some of the work that I do with that out-of-the-box thinking. So you go ahead and advance the slide. So when we think about that concept of child and maternal oral health and the influences of maternal health on children's oral health, there's a number of ways in which that occurs. And some of them are things like health literacy and perceptions around oral health, value of oral health, just prioritization of oral health. But some other things are more physical aspects. And one of the things that we know now is that the bacteria that is associated with dental cavities, there's actually a few of them, and those bacteria are not bacteria that babies are born with in their mouths. Those bacteria come from external sources, and one of the most common sources is usually the caregivers, and most commonly the mom. So it's pieces of information like this that the average person just doesn't know, and they don't have access to unless they are able to access, a health professional to provide them with this information. So pieces of information like this, getting it to the moms earlier and even, before the birth of the child, can greatly change the trajectory of the child's oral health. You can go ahead and advance the slide. So why do we need, we're talking about this need for prevention. Why is it so important? Well, I think that it helps for us to think about this through a more public health focused lens. Oftentimes we think of dental disease as an individual problem, and that's just not the case. When we think about the reduction in things like quality of life for both the children and their parents and caregivers, when we think about the long-term impacts of learning hours that are lost to, managing a dental disease situation, lost work time for parents managing their children or their own dental disease situation, when we think about the increase of cost of care, because as we talked about, it's far less expensive to prevent dental disease than it is to manage it once it begins. When we think about increase of utilization of resources like the ER, which is often unnecessary utilization, because typically dental issues are not something that could be managed well in an ER setting. when we think about all of these things and then add on the associated health risks and whatnot, it really becomes a public health problem. So there's a significant need to focus in a more prevention-based system to prevent dental disease to begin with. You can go ahead and advance the slide. So as I mentioned, we have tools and knowledge now to, we know so much more now, even than just a decade ago, that we did about the dental disease process. And we also have tools available to us now, like silver diamine fluoride and interim therapeutic restorations that are also sometimes called temporary fillings. These materials can stop the progression of dental disease. So being able to apply these materials to a child who's in the early stages of dental disease can in many cases stop the dental disease from progressing, but at the very least, it can buy time. And sometimes, say if it's cavity in a baby tooth, sometimes the baby tooth falls out before the dental disease progresses to a place where it's presenting a health concern and or doing damage to the developing adult tooth. So we have tools available to us now, again, where we can either just completely prevent dental disease from beginning, or we can treat it in its early phases and prevent it from becoming that health risk, that costly disease management state. But again, the issue is that often it's not that we don't have the tools, it's that the patients can't access them. So you can go ahead and advance the slide. I want to share with you some data, just some research that I had done in the Mid-Coast area of Maine, which is where I actually live. And although I'm going to talk about the Mid-Coast area of Maine, this is a snapshot of the state as a whole. So it's not that, the Mid-Coast has a particular issue that the rest of the state doesn't have. This really is indicative of the situation in the state as a whole. So here in the Mid-Coast, we have 27,000 children and we have no pediatric dentist. The other thing we have is a significant and growing population of children that have Maine Care insurance, but very few dentists who will see them. So this really further supports the access issues that Becca was talking about. And you can go ahead and advance the slide. And, as a result of these access issues, we developed some pretty significant problems in the current traditional model of dental care delivery, where everybody only has the opportunity to access dental care through a dental office. When people can't access care through a dental office, they also are not accessing the necessary preventive treatments and tools and knowledge that they need to be able to prevent dental disease. So, we have access issues for our Medicaid population. We have access issues for our very, very young children when prevention is the most important, because many dental offices will not see the very young children. This results in a situation where oftentimes by the time the child gets to the dental office, they already have significant active dental disease. And this unfortunately has created a very reactive and restorative based model, when what we need is to be thinking about a prevention based proactive model. Can advance the slide. And you sort of, moreover, we know that the longer the child waits to access care, the higher their risk is for developing severe dental disease. And so getting care to children early is key. And advance the slide. So one of the easiest places that we can access children, or the most readily accessible places, is actually the medical home, not the dental home. There are very few kids who have dental visits very, very young, but yet nearly all children access care through a pediatrician. Advance the slide. So a lot of the work that I do actually focuses on what we call medical dental integration. So bringing oral health services into the medical home. The benefits of that are that there are far more pediatric medical providers than dental. There are far fewer barriers based on age restrictions, insurance type restrictions, and the medical home sees the patients more often. Even kids who have great access to dental care see their pediatrician 10 times more than they would ever see a dentist in a private practice dental office model. So they have the greatest amount of access to the children with the least amount of barriers for people to access care. Go ahead and advance the slide. So because of that, knowing that there's this great opportunity to be able to get kids the preventative care they need, that the HIAT is what we call the Health Integration Action Team of the Children's Oral Health Network, has been working on looking at the many, many, many different ways in which we can integrate oral health into primary care. The first of which is a program that has been in Maine for over a decade now, and that's something called the From the First Tooth program that trains medical providers to perform oral screenings and provide, apply fluoride varnish. And that's been incredibly successful. But as of late, we've also been working on other models, including providing preventive dental hygiene services with a dental hygienist as part of the medical team right in the medical home. And also an initiative that we call the Virtual Dental Home Initiative, which involves using teledentistry or telehealth technology to connect virtually to a dentist within a traditional dental clinic to provide examination of the child via virtual records, things like intraoral imaging, radiographs, and dental records that can be sent virtually. So go ahead and advance the slide. And so I'll leave you with some closing thoughts before I turn it over to Sherry. Again, just the recognition that children's oral health really begins before the child's oral health, and the children is born, and it's very important to address maternal oral health as part of children's oral health, and understanding that the most important time for prevention is before the disease process starts. Once it starts, it can very quickly escalate and get out of hand. And also keep in mind that we do have the tools and the tricks and the knowledge and the tips and everything to prevent dental disease. We just need greater access to give those to the children. And one out of the box way, kind of new way to do that is through medical dental integration. One of the other ways that we've been working very hard in the state on bringing care to children is through school-based programming. So I am now going to turn it over to Sherry Liberty, who's the director of the state CDC School Oral Health Program, to tell us more about that. And you can go ahead and just advance to the last reference slide, and these references are all available.
Hi, everybody. Glad to be here today. My name is Sherry Liberty, and as Courtney mentioned, I am the program manager for the Maine CDC School Oral Health Program. And next slide, please. And just a few things to bring to your attention here. Number one, tooth decay is still the most common chronic childhood disease. We've been saying this for probably the last 20, 25 years. Things have not changed. It's also the most unmet healthcare need. Courtney mentioned previously the lack of learning hours, lack of time in school due to dental problems. The majority of tooth decay can be completely preventable. And bringing it all back to our state here, the majority of Maine is falling short of dental health providers. And next slide, please. So a little history about the school oral health program. First started in the 70s as a fluoride rinse and dental education program to about 22 schools. And today with our open enrollment for this current school year, we are up over 200 schools. So we've gained about 20 schools since making these slides here. But we are providing fluoride varnish applications and oral health screenings, sealants on second graders across the state. We have one city program, we have two county-based programs. All of our services are free of charge. We do not collect any dental or medical insurance information. We strictly run on grant funding. Next slide, please. And just to bring a little bit of data into the mix here, if you look at the chart on the left, you're looking at some early treatment urgency needs. And what we're seeing here is during the pandemic, spring 2021, we were seeing some fairly lower amounts of early urgency treatment. And early urgency is defined as a suspicious area or a small area of a tooth not a problem right now, may not be a problem for the foreseeable future. And then if you look at the chart on the right-hand side, our immediate treatment urgency, so this is defined as clinical signs of infection, pain associated with the tooth, or a tooth that looks like it's a ticking time bomb, just ready to blow up and cause a problem. Those would be our immediate treatment urgency. And you can see since the pandemic, these numbers have skyrocketed. And what we're finding is where schools had closed in the spring of 2020 and students were home the majority of the time, they had access to whatever was in the house for food and drink. Dental offices were closed about 2 months. And even since then, with our shortage of dental providers and having an access to care problem, you know, we are seeing more and more immediate treatment urgency needs in our Maine children. Next slide, please. And here we have some images of teeth that we've captured doing our oral health screenings. You can see a fluoride varnish application being applied in the upper left photograph. And then the lower two are just us hygienists performing the oral health screenings on children. Next slide, please. So over the next 5 years, we want to grow the program from about 200 schools right now to be able to reach all 532 Maine public schools. The schools that are bulleted in blue are the schools that we are currently covering. The schools that are in purple are where we do not have coverage just yet. Next slide, please. We're going to switch gears just a little bit and we're going to talk about children and vaping and the impact vaping has on children and oral health. Next slide. What is vaping? And next slide again. So vaping is the act of inhaling and exhaling aerosol or vapor, commonly known as juuling. Next slide. Next slide again. And one more time, please. So vaping contains a number of harmful substances. If you look here on the left-hand side of the screen, chemical-causing chemicals, heavy cancer-causing chemicals, heavy metals, or volatile organic compounds, nicotine. You know, vaping isn't safe, especially for these brains that are still developing. Next slide, please. One more. And one more, sorry about that. Vaping is a fairly new phenomenon. We don't have a lot of long-term studies. What we do know is how nicotine acts on a young brain. Next slide. Once again, and one more. Here we have an image of some hot spots, some areas that the nicotine is affecting the brain. And what we do know is the nicotine affecting young brains, it rewires some of these brain circuits. It makes getting hooked on other substances much more likely. It mimics ADHD type symptoms, impulse control, concentration, learning problems. Next slide, please. Again. So not only can nicotine affect a developing brain, but injury caused from our electronic nicotine device systems. Right here, we have a 17-year-old boy. His device blew up in his face, fractured his mandible, his bottom jaw, knocked out some permanent teeth. And next slide, please. After 6 weeks, 2 surgeries, and he's still waiting for implants. Next slide, please. Again. Another case right here, 2nd-degree burns, also losing some permanent teeth associated with his vape that blew up in his face. Next slide again. Again, please. So propylene glycol, also known as PG, one of the ingredients found in the vaping liquid. What PG actually does in the mouth is it breaks down to several different types of acids. As we all know, acids are not good for teeth, are not good for soft tissue. So not only are we taking a susceptible mouth, we are softening the tooth enamel with the use of vaping. And we're also dehydrating the tissues, causing xerostomia, causing a dry mouth. So your mouth loses the potential to buffer. Your saliva isn't there. You can't neutralize these acids on your mouth, and they just continue to wreak havoc on the tooth enamel. Next slide. Vegetable glycerin, another ingredient found in vape. Vegetable glycerin also softens the enamel, and it also makes the bacteria that cause tooth decay, Streptococcus mutans, it makes it more sticky. It makes the bacteria adhere to the teeth a whole lot more. So it really gets down into those pits and fissures. It gets in between the teeth, really causes a lot of damage, softer teeth that can lead to more rampant tooth decay. Next slide, please. One more. And again. So we do know that one electronic cartridge, one vaping cartridge contains about 200 to 400 puffs, which equals about 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes. And the talk around town, talk in the high school is each student goes through about 1 cartridge a day. Next slide, please. Next slide again. So we also know about nicotine decreasing connective tissue turnover, also a much higher chance of developing gum disease and eventually tooth loss. Next slide. Again. And one more, please. Here we have a middle-aged man. He had smoked cigarettes for approximately 35 years. He had quit cavity-free for 35 years while he had been smoking, but he quit smoking traditional cigarettes, started vaping, and just had a ton of cavities within that 1 year's time. Now, this is by no means promoting cigarette smoking, but this is showing the damage that vaping alone can cause. Next slide, please. And again. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to read through all of these, but these are just some simple answers when your teen asks you about vaping or you want to bring up the topic about vaping. Electronic nicotine devices and some just quick, easy answers you can give them. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. I am going to turn things over to Kate.
Thank you, Sherry. Hi, everyone. My name is Kate Christensen. I am the oral health educator at Maine CDC. I'm going to continue through the oral health life cycle and touch upon what actually is oral health, systemic linkages, and substance use disorder. Next slide, please. So what is oral health? Oral health is the health of the mouth, and this includes the teeth, gums, and tongue, as well as the entire oral facial system. Next slide, please. Why is oral health important? Oral health gives us the ability to chew, swallow, taste, communicate, feed, and breathe. Having good oral health leads to better overall health. Next slide, please. Poor oral health. What is poor oral health? Some of the most common diseases that impact our oral health include cavities, also known as tooth decay, gum and periodontal disease, tooth loss, and oral cancers. A quick side note, gum disease is also known as gingivitis and is different than periodontal disease. Gingivitis is gum inflammation and usually precedes periodontal disease or periodontitis, which is actually the leading cause of tooth loss in adults. Not all gingivitis progresses into periodontal disease, but the major difference is that gingivitis is reversible and periodontitis is not. There's a wide range of oral diseases, but these are the most common. They cause pain and disability for millions of Americans and cost billions of taxpayer dollars each year. A little snapshot of adult oral health in the United States. 1 in 4 or 26% of adults have active or untreated tooth decay. More than 90% of adults have had a cavity in their lifetime. Nearly half, around 46% of adults show signs of gum disease or periodontal disease, and that's for ages 30 and above. But also in our pediatric population, there's about 70% of children that experience symptoms and show signs of gingivitis. 9% of adults have severe gum disease, and 1 out of 6 adults age 65 and older have lost all of their teeth. Next slide, please. Oral health and systemic linkages. Oral conditions are frequently considered separate from other chronic conditions, but these are actually interrelated. Poor oral health is associated with many chronic diseases such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, Alzheimer's and dementia, respiratory diseases, pregnancy complications, low birth weight, chronic kidney diseases, cancers, osteoarthritis, osteoporosis, radiation therapies, sleep disorders such as sleep apnea, and HIV. The relationship between oral health and systemic diseases can be bidirectional, meaning they influence one another. So for example, with diabetes and periodontal disease, this is bidirectional. The presence of periodontal disease directly affects blood sugar levels. In turn, the presence of diabetes can exacerbate and increase the risk of periodontal disease. Next slide, please. Shifting over to pregnancy and oral health. Pregnancy and oral health also have a bidirectional relationship. Oral health is an important aspect of pregnancy and prenatal care. The body undergoes a series of hormonal, metabolic, and immunological changes during pregnancy. Oral health in the presence of oral disease during pregnancy can lead to poor health outcomes, not just for the mother, but for the baby too. Hormonal changes increase the risk of gingivitis and periodontal disease. Roughly 60 to 70% of pregnant individuals experience gingivitis at some point during their pregnancy. And periodontal disease increases the risk for preeclampsia, preterm labor, and low birth weight. Another condition that can occur is the formation of pyogenic granulomas, which are non-cancerous or benign raised tumors that can occur on the skin or mucous membrane, meaning they can happen in the mouth. These tend to ooze, they can break, they can bleed easily, and they're very uncomfortable and hard to keep clean. Next slide, please. Changes in behavior such as eating habits can increase the risk of cavities. Changes in home care routines may occur, such as less brushing due to nausea. Frequent vomiting caused by morning sickness can also increase the risk for cavities. This creates an acidic environment in the mouth, which is the perfect environment for cavity-causing bacteria to thrive. High acidic environments in the oral cavity can also cause erosion of enamel. It's important to note, like Courtney had already mentioned, that cavity-causing bacteria can be passed from person to person. It's communicable, so that means it can be passed to newborns. This can happen via sharing utensils, pacifiers. Children who are born to pregnant individuals who have high rates of cavities are 3 times more likely to develop cavities themselves. So good oral health is an integral part to maintaining good overall health during pregnancy. Next slide, please. Transitioning into substance use disorder and oral health. Another condition I want to touch upon is substance use disorder. Oral diseases are among the most prevalent health problems associated with substance use disorder. The oral health in individuals experiencing substance use disorder can be affected via two different pathways, either directly or indirectly. A direct pathway would be the pharmacological effects of the drug on the oral cavity, such as direct exposure of a drug on the oral tissues through smoking or ingestion. This can cause cellular changes to the tissues, and it can also cause changes to the microbiome of the mouth. An indirect way that the oral health is affected would be by different behaviors that are associated with substance use disorder, such as poor eating habits or poor oral hygiene habits, also the lack of seeking or utilizing dental services. Medications used in substance use disorder also can have adverse effects on oral health. Next slide, please. Substance use disorder and oral health outcomes. Substance use disorder can influence poor oral health outcomes. Some of these outcomes include salivary hypofunction, also known as dry mouth or a decrease in saliva. This can lead to burning mouth syndrome, taste impairments, difficulty eating, mucosal infections, and periodontal disease exacerbation. Several types of psychoactive substances, such as opioids, stimulants, and cannabis, can cause salivary hypofunction. Oral candidiasis or oral yeast infections can occur with opioid use. Stimulants are associated with bruxism, which is the clenching and grinding of teeth, which can lead to soreness and tenderness of chewing muscles, as well as tooth wear. Cavities, enamel erosion, chronic periodontitis, and tooth loss are also linked to a wide range of psychoactive substances, such as alcohol, amphetamine usage, cocaine, inhalants, marijuana, opioids, and opiates. Palatal proliferation can occur with cocaine usage via snorting. It can deteriorate the tissue and bone in the floor of the nose, as well as the palate, which creates a hole going from the nose into the oral cavity. Smoking or placement of substances on oral tissues can increase the risk of oral cancers. And co-occurring substance use disorder and pregnancy also exacerbate poor oral health conditions. Next slide, please. So wrapping up the oral health circle of life, the oral health status of an adult directly influences the health of the child beginning in utero. It's important to remember maintaining a healthy oral health status throughout life is multifactorial, just as Becca had started with. But other things to think about are knowledge of home care routines, just simple knowledge of brushing and flossing, using fluoridated toothpaste or mouth rinses. Cavities are communicable. Learning more about the oral microbiome is essential to good oral health. Also, nutrition. If a parent has poor nutritional habits, many times the children will have poor nutrition as well. Genetics will also play a part in the oral health status. A parent could genetically have a lower capability of buffering an acidic environment. So it creates an environment where cavities form easier and quicker. Access to care, which we use the whole first portion of the presentation, noting our school oral health program and our From the First Tooth program networks such as the Children's Oral Health Network. These let us work in the years where prevention worked best, and this helps set the foundation or positively change the course of a child's oral health life cycle. And lastly, understanding the whole importance of oral health and all of the factors that are involved. This puts a value on overall health, and this sets the stage for a healthy oral health life cycle all the way through life. And that's it. Any questions? Next slide, please. Thank you.
So I hope that you've been able to see what I meant about our dental hygienist superheroes here today. We've been answering a few questions in the chat, and certainly happy to answer more. I think it's clear that, I think it's clear to all of us that it's a big frustration to not be able to find care when you need it, right? Or when you're trying to help someone else find it. That's a huge frustration for all of us as well. And we definitely feel your pain on that. And I think I would just reflect that, this is a challenge that has taken decades to get to this point. And it's not going to turn around overnight. We really need systemic solutions. And those are long-term strategies. There really are no quick fixes. But if you're in a position to share stories of the impacts that you're seeing, or the challenges that you see among people you serve, I would encourage you to email your legislative representatives or any other policymakers that you can reach out to about what you're seeing and hearing, because hearing from their constituents has definitely been helpful in sort of pushing action forward, because the policymakers are, they need to understand, they need to hear from their communities that this is an important issue to keep working on, even if it's not immediately clear what the solutions are. It helps them, stay committed to continue working on the policy solutions that are such a big part of the puzzle. I want to see if we have just probably only about 2 minutes left, maybe. Are there any other thoughts that any of our panelists want to reflect on? I know not everyone can monitor the chat. There were a couple questions about whether dental providers are required to take Maine care. And there are, there is not a requirement that dental providers take Maine care. There are some requirements for specific programs, like loan repayment programs, or certain scholarships might have a requirement that the dentist or the hygienist, if it applies to hygienists, stay in practice in a site that takes Maine care, but it's usually a limited number of years that applies to. And then often they don't stay longer than that. Sometimes they do. But there is no general requirement at this time. I see Angel's comment about the Head Start program in Penobscot and Piscataquis counties. Definitely reach out to us, Angel, so we can catch back up with you again. I think that's about all I'm seeing. Oh, we got one more. How should medical providers reach out for training and resources to do oral primary care for kids? Courtney, I'm going to let you answer that one.
Sure. I think the first place to start is reaching out to the From the First Tooth program. And if anybody who has access to the chat, if they want to put the link in there, Becca, maybe you can do that. That's really the first place to start. Reach out to the From the First Tooth program, and the wonderful folks there can set up a training for the primary care practice and get you started right away.
I just put the link in the chat there. If you go to that link, the phone number and the contact are right there on the homepage. So I think that's it. I'd like to thank all of you for your energy and enthusiasm around this, and thanks to our panelists, and hope you have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Stacy LaFlamme, and I am a maternal and child health program manager at the Maine CDC. It is my honor to be here today and a privilege to be introducing our next presenter, Jenna Daly. Jenna is a licensed clinical social worker with a certification in perinatal mental health through Postpartum Support International. She works in private practice in South Portland, supporting clients with issues of perinatal and parental mental health, as well as perinatal trauma, pregnancy and infant loss, and grief. After receiving her MSW in clinical social work for Columbia University, Jenna continued to expand and deepen her clinical knowledge in evidence-based theories, completing an externship with the Beckman Institute for Cognitive Therapy in conjunction with her work at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. She is also a certified educator at the Gottman Institute and has recently completed her certification in brain spotting for somatic trauma processing. Her background and additional training have focused on issues affecting parents experiencing trauma and chronic illness, and families in the LGBTQ+ community. Please help me in welcoming Jenna Daly.
Thank you, Stacy. I'm really excited to provide this overview today in perinatal mental health, and particularly to get to talk about some aspects of perinatal mental health that we don't hear as much about. Perinatal PTSD, perinatal OCD, a couple other things. I'm also going to be providing some tips that I use to help clients and some red flags, some warning signs around psychosis and suicide. Just also what you might hear when patients are experiencing depression and anxiety. Generally speaking, I'm going to be using gender-neutral pronouns and terms like birth parents and they, them. This is to reflect the increasing gender diversity in the population as well as in my clients. Very frequently have clients who are coming in who identify with they, them pronouns. If a study or an article specifies she, her, mother, father, then I will be making that switch just to honor the article or the research. Okay, so who is impacted by perinatal mental health? First, I want to take a step back and say, what is perinatal mental health? Used to call this postpartum depression, postpartum anxiety, but really perinatal mental health covers the entirety of a pregnancy through to the first year of life. I would personally, in my office, I consider that anybody who is in the active fertility process through a first year after loss. So my own definition is a little bit longer, but generally speaking, we're talking about pregnancy and the first year after. This is estimated, so the estimates are a little difficult. We can read some 1 in 5 birthing parents. PSI talks about 1 in 7 birthing parents. One of the challenges in these numbers is whether or not you're talking about a diagnostically clinical presentation. So for depression, that is pretty high on the scale, or are we talking about many symptoms and whether or not people are reporting them. What we do know, though, is that amongst people who have perinatal mood disorders, their partners are impacted 50% of the time. So that kind of takes away the idea that this is just a hormonal issue. That in truth, this also applies when we talk about fostering and adoptive parents who may be dealing with their own adjustments, as well as potentially working with a birth parent who may be experiencing a perinatal mood disorder. It also denies the idea of being hormonal, denies the idea of the social pressures and the big identity adjustment that happens in new parenthood. The other group, so we're listing a couple of people here who are impacted, people who notice things that have happened, their mood. coworkers for leave, and then clinical providers. I do talk to people who experience vicarious traumatization, but because the loss or the trauma didn't happen to them directly, they don't feel justified in calling it trauma. This is actually true with patients as well. No matter how significantly on paper a trauma is listed, patients will say, well, somebody else has it worse, right? Like, this isn't really trauma. I often remind people trauma is the experience. It is how you experience an event, the impact, the resonance it has on you. There's no objective criteria. So I use the 1 in 5 birthing parents in the U.S. report mental health complications. This includes perinatal psychosis and mania. This includes perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. We call them PMADs. That's perinatal depression, perinatal anxiety, perinatal panic, which I don't have in here, perinatal OCD. Those are all kind of on a mood continuum. I sometimes get referrals for perinatal depression, and what I find is that the person has been managing trauma or anxiety for quite a long time, and they just are getting hopeless about ever feeling better. And then perinatal trauma, which also includes perinatal loss. The U.S. National Inpatient Sample tested 39 million hospital deliveries and found that between 2006 and 2015, reported PMAD symptoms doubled during that time. I cannot imagine what it would be if it included 2020 and 2021. So we'll talk about the cost to communities. Suicide and overdose are the leading causes of death in the first year postpartum. This month is actually we had Suicide Awareness, Maternal Suicide Awareness Month, Day earlier this month. As of 2020, 75% of new parents who experience mental health symptoms receive no treatment. Now, it's easy to say, oh, nobody cares, or there's no follow-up, but there are a lot of reasons. There's access. There's access to people who've been trained. There are insurance and financial concerns. Childcare is a huge concern. Telehealth has helped that somewhat. I've had clients who only want to do telehealth because their perinatal anxiety is so high that they do not want to be separated at all if that childcare is available, or they don't want to bring the baby into the office because they are worried about the baby crying and disrupting people. They're very concerned about driving with the child in the car. The noise about feeling overwhelmed. So telehealth has helped that, and also nap schedules. So telehealth has helped that significantly, but not all insurers cover telehealth at the same rate or at all. I've also wanted to talk about birthing women of color are more likely in reports to experience perinatal mental health conditions. They're more likely to be diagnosed than white women. However, and that's attributed to the access to care. However, white women have the highest rates of suicide completion. So, common contributors to perinatal mental health. Nothing impacts people more than sleep during this period. I'm going to talk about that again in trauma, right? But also, it's very difficult to come by, and you may not have reliable social supports to help you get sleep. Also, in the newborn era, especially if you are nursing, you're up very frequently. So one of the first questions I ask is, how many hours of consolidated sleep are you getting? The goal is 4.5 to 5 hours minimum consolidated sleep. Most people just laugh at me. And this has been particularly difficult during COVID because they didn't have other people coming into the house to give any respite at all. So what we do is talk about how can we maximize your sleep. Unless a person is expressing active suicidality or is demonstrating psychosis, I will work with them on sleep first, even before medication, to be able to allow the medication have the best opportunity to impact them, because their mood's going to be so impacted by sleep. If they take the medication and it doesn't seem to be working because they're not getting any sleep, they're likely to say this doesn't work and then jump off of it. We want people to be on at least 2 to 4 weeks to give it a real try. So I ask them what prevents sleep. Another thing that prevents sleep is living in multi-generational housing or communal housing or an apartment building with very thin walls. They worry about other people being awoken. We do try to identify any kind of nighttime help. Many people tell me that they are co-sleeping, but they are not talking about that with their providers. In that case, we talk about harm reduction. How can we start to move the baby out of the bed? Another thing that impacts sleep is PTSD. They may be awoken by nightmares. They may have OCD and are checking on like those monitors and that owlet monitor. They may be going into the room to make sure that the baby is breathing, very concerned about SIDS, or intimate personal partner violence, which I'll talk a little bit more about. They worry that the baby is unsafe unless the baby is directly with them. So common contributors continue with current or past mood disorder diagnoses. That often can come with reduced medication adherence. There are providers who are still recommending that people come off of their antidepressants. That's not generally considered a good idea anymore. Of course, there are medications like antipsychotics that they do come off of. And there are client beliefs about providing a blank slate for their pregnancy and for their baby. There are family pressures around that. There are a lot of things around shoulds, like I should be able to do this because this is my life now. The big challenge with that is using alternatives, especially for sleep, including alcohol and marijuana. I hear a lot of people talking about edibles for sleep. And they use out of OTC supplements that are not regulated, St. John's wort, things like that, because they consider them to be more natural. Sorry. The next thing is hormonal fluctuations and sensitivity. So if the person expresses that they've had a history of mood disorders beginning in puberty, we're looking to be like, okay, how sensitive or how reactive are they to hormonal fluctuations? Have they had a diagnosis of PMS or PMDD in the past? How was that handled? Another thing I didn't include on here is the impact on diagnosed or undiagnosed ADHD, because they're losing the structure that provided executive functioning support as well as self-care and sleep, and they're multitasking. During the pandemic, people were also working on top of that sometimes at home, or they had a partner, then they were trying to keep the baby quiet so that the partner could work. Weaning is fascinating because I've found clients who are doing really, really well, and then suddenly something happened, and after talking to them, realized that what has happened is that they began to wean, either going back to work or just decided that this was the time, and that they had a fluctuation in their hormones and in their mood during that time that usually stabilized. As most people know, fast weaning can have a significant impact on that hormonal response and on depression. Lack of reliable and accessible support network. Again, I'm going to bring up COVID, because even if you had family members or other people in your community who were able to provide respite or child care, there's a question of the child getting COVID, you getting COVID, bringing it to a daycare setting, which could cause the daycare setting to be closed for an extended period of time, impacting lots of people. I heard about that quite a lot over the last couple of years. As well as just practical needs. How do I get places? What if I have one car? How do I get my stroller onto a bus? How do I stand outside in the Maine winters while waiting for a bus? And then emotional support, because not every family of origin or every community is as connective and affirming as we might like them to be. Perfectionist beliefs, it's a tricky one. This comes up a lot when we talk about diagnosis, but it has a tendency to be sort of blaming, like, oh, you're type A. In truth, there's a lot of pressure on all people and on birthing parents to be good mothers. Sometimes they're also trying to remedy traumas from the past. There's a lot of expectations and shoulds. And family pressures and how that was done before and how you should do it now are significant. So I mentioned trauma. Traumatic experiences in the past can often have a resurgence during the perinatal period. There are reproductive traumas, infertility, pregnancy, and infant loss. That is a big one. I often talk to people who've experienced losses, particularly stillbirths and infant losses, who do not believe that baby is going to be in their arms until the baby is actually in their arms, and may behave in ways that are either extremely hypervigilant or really disassociated, separated from what's happening. A history of sexual abuse can also cause disassociation. During the pandemic, when only one partner was allowed into the room, people often felt like the person who helped them feel safe and anchored them in the room when they were having pelvic exams and other exams wasn't allowed to be there, and they were skipping appointments or really delaying appointments. Family violence, direct or witnessed, again, impacts respite and childcare. You might not feel safe leaving your baby with somebody who you've had a difficult past with or who's unpredictable, as well as worry about changing family patterns that kind of ties back into perfectionist beliefs. Intimate partner violence is increased at risk during pregnancy and in the first year postpartum. This is particularly true for younger people who have financial instability, unemployment, and partners who are engaged in alcohol use. One of the big challenges there is that people who are experiencing intimate partner violence also tend to have increased use of smoking, alcohol, medications, marijuana. When we talk about financial and housing insecurity, this can be something that people can try to plan for after birth and really struggle. Obviously, housing insecurity is a big issue right now, and being able to find affordable housing. I worked with someone several years ago, and she returned to work at a fast food chain, and she was only permitted her regular 15-minute break to pump in the bathroom. And she was not able to pump under those circumstances, and understandably so, came home, had quit her job. I did provide her with resources. And her partner was very upset because financially they neither could afford formula nor afford for her not to work. So when talking about how people deal with these stresses, we talk about coping mechanisms. Everybody has coping mechanisms. We all experience symptoms of anxiety and stress. And typically that falls into fight, flight, or freeze. Under trauma, under significant layered stress, those reactions become much more intense. So we're looking at first at fight. This comes out more in terms of agitation, irritability, anxiety. It's an increased engagement, trying to get problem solved, externally focused agitation. So we're talking about hypervigilance regarding a baby or child's welfare, health, safety. This can really be normalized, however, especially, as I said, during the last couple of years. But generally speaking, there's a lot of anxious information on social media and in the news. Increased reliance on self-sufficiency. So that is nobody else can come into the house. We don't want anybody, even the partner, to take care of the baby. In the case that they have a partner or an available family member, it becomes somewhat of a catch-22. They feel unsure that the other person can do it, and therefore will try to micromanage if they have the opportunity at all. The other person doesn't get the experience to show that they know how to do it because they don't have the experience. The first person's like, see, I'm just going to do it myself. Something that comes up in doctors' offices is self-directed research coupled with persistent checking, by which I mean they're on the Googles, they are on social media, looking through different things. And despite rule outs, or despite testing, despite lists of symptoms, despite reasons why, they are continuing to seek that information and seek confirmation of their fears. Flight. Flight is reduced engagement, withdrawal, internally focused agitation, lots of shame, lots of self-blame, lots of self-judgment. It shows up in lack of engagement with babies, children, other people, sleeping all the time, increased substance use, especially the increased use of legalized substances. That's really intended usually to reduce the somatic rise, this discomfort that people feel, I also call it agitation, as well as to dull intrusive thoughts. We're going to talk about perinatal OCD, so much more common than people realize. And they have these really scary, upsetting thoughts. They want to separate from them. And so they use substances to do that. It also helps to foster avoidance of responsibilities and relationships that are feeling really difficult right now. When I talk about distractions impeding functioning, I don't want to call out social media, but I call out social media. People using their phone, people engaging in projects that keep them very preoccupied, making handmade, organic baby foods and things like that that are intended to be beneficial, but are really also being used to avoid these stressors. Okay, typical time frame. So this is really the DSM-5, onset before 6 weeks postpartum, but I've already talked about, like, that's usually not when we're going to see that. It could be any time within that 21-month period. Duration is limited to first year post-birth. So if you're not feeling better by year 1, you don't have postpartum depression anymore. You don't have a perinatal mood disorder. What has actually been found is that the level of distress a person is experiencing at year 1 post-birth without any further treatment is the same general level of distress that they are experiencing at year 4. So there's no time that is too late, especially for perinatal PTSD. I work with people who are still managing perinatal PTSD who come in 4 or 5 years later, like, I should be over this. There is no time limit in processing that trauma. DSM-5 also does not explicitly diagnose perinatal anxiety or perinatal PTSD, etc. Only depression in terms of a diagnostic listing. And there are plenty of people who are at work trying to change this in the DSM 2020 Mom, the Maternal Health Leadership Alliance. There are lots of people, and I hope it does change. Okay. Typical timeframes for other things that mood disorders may occur within the first year, as we discussed, are often heightened at 3 to 4 months. So this means that if somebody is coming into their birth provider's office for a 6 to 8 week check, you're not really seeing the height of the distress. It may not even be at its peak yet. And they also may be very invested in keeping that from you. They don't want to seem inept. This is particularly true for people who fear judgment, someone who's been in touch with DHS before, somebody who has a drug or alcohol history that's impeded their childcare, those people with the perfectionist beliefs I was talking about. 3 to 4 months has a lot of pretty straightforward reasons why. Lots of people are returning to work, or their partner is returning to work. They expect that they should be sleeping right now, despite this 4-month sleep regression. They should be sleeping. This is when they go back to, if they go back to work, people are like, your baby's sleeping through the night? Just don't ask. Like, it's not a great question. Obviously in a medical profession, yes, but if you're a coworker, don't ask them, right? Because people lie. You may move to pumping in that time. It depends on how pumping friendly your work environment is or how accessible pumping is for you. You might have a decrease in your milk supply, depending also on pumping and whether or not you're at home. You're now being engaged in more childcare requests, moving spouses, partners want to start going on dates. I've mentioned this in relationship issues. There can be a lot of conflict around sex and intimacy. And there's a reduction in overall support. So people aren't bringing you casseroles. They're not asking you if you need help. That really diminishes, especially if you don't have reliable immediate family or reliable immediate community. I mentioned that baby sleep habits is also having to go, if you're going out of the home to work, you also want to get some sleep, so you're experiencing more sleep deprivation. So here are two big time frame exceptions. Baby blues and baby pinks. Almost nobody reports these because they are very quick. Baby pinks are that oxytocin, like everything in the world is wonderful and, this is the best thing that ever happened. Baby blues are, I'm very weepy, I feel very emotional. They typically happen immediately post-birth or within the first several days and then sort of pass, usually within the first week. Perinatal psychosis is the other exception to the typical time frame. It typically happens within the first 2 weeks, sometimes within hours after birth. Generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking, it is related, it is part of an undiagnosed bipolar disorder. Sometimes people have been dealing with depression or hypomania. They haven't taken meds for that before, and then they experience a psychotic manic episode. This is not very common, is much less common than what you would see in the media that kind of hypes that. Initial presentations are usually auditory or visual hallucinations. One thing to check in there is if the person is having a fixation or an avoidance on something specific to labor, birth, or trauma, that may be PTSD. That, like if they're seeing something, they're having flashbacks, basically, is not the same as an auditory or a visual hallucination. They can progress to confusion, out of character behavior, suicidal behavior, physical violence. And typically needs hospitalization. You're going to hear their family members, partners say they just seem off. They're saying really strange things. They have been talking about people looking in the window, or they said somebody is looking in the hospital room. Of course, you want to rule out that that really happened, right? But they're things that heighten paranoia. You're going to hear more about that. Your best indicators of that are really the family members or the people who surround that person, or child care provider who's in the home. The big difference in an OCD, intrusive thought, and psychosis is that these delusions are egosyntonic. That means that they might be upset about the thought or the belief. They're upset that actually their partner is a demon, but they're not upset that they're having the thought itself, right? It seems perfectly real to them. Like, my partner is a demon. Like, we got to do something about it. But they are not having distress about actually having the thought. They don't talk about, I think I'm going crazy, right? Which we'll talk about for OCD and panic. What you want to do is screen for a family history of bipolar disorder or schizophrenia throughout pregnancy and after. Again, usually this is going to happen pretty quickly when it does, but it doesn't always get detected as quickly. So we want to continue to check for that. 33% of people have had past suicide attempts. So that's another indicator in their history of, has this person had some strange behaviors? Have they had major depressive episodes in the past? Have they had suicide attempts in the past? This is somebody you want on your radar. Okay. So you want to have a plan for explicit follow-up at very specific intervals so that if they miss that interval, you can really check in with what's happening after the birth. As I mentioned, active psychosis typically requires hospitalization. There are a lot of reasons that people are not going to want to do that. There are only 3 mother-baby inpatient units, as far as I know, in the United States right now. That's New York, California, and North Carolina. The closest partial inpatient hospitalization is in Rhode Island. So they're worried about being able to be bonded with their baby. They may be having a delusion that they really feel that they need to protect that baby. So the idea of separating is really frightening and upsetting. They may have past trauma in other institutionalized settings, and that includes rehabs or other kinds of hospitals. They might have child and family care issues for other children and concerns about infant feeding and milk supply. So in those situations, we really want to work with family members or any other sort of support to really help create a plan where the child will still be accessible, either through FaceTime or something like that, and that you are helping them to continue contact with that baby. I'm going to switch now to perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. Let me check the time. Noticeable symptoms include these lists: tearfulness, social withdrawal, appetite changes, especially quick weight loss, and irritability. You're going to see a lot of the same things that are in major depression, except that the appetite and sleep and things like that are also joined by self-blame. That's also in major depression, but it has a specific focus on the children. I'm not doing enough for the baby. Lots of people have heard, like, oh, if I'm stressed out, that's going to stress out the baby. And so they feel a lot of shame about that. Really listening for hopelessness, though. Hopelessness is a harbinger for suicide. So this I'm going to leave for you. These are key phrases that come up that we want to ask more questions. Phrases that include self-blame, shame, guilt, disconnection from others, defeated, demoralized. Big one is that somebody else should be their parents. I'm snapping at people all the time. This isn't who I used to be. I just know something's wrong. I mentioned this about hopelessness, so want to differentiate between passive suicidal ideation and active suicidal ideation. In my confidentiality statement, everybody comes in, I do the confidentiality statement, and I say, I have everything we talk about here is going to stay here unless you tell me you're going to seriously injure or kill yourself or someone else. That being said, many people will say things like, I don't feel like living anymore, I just want to sleep all the time, or I'm going to kill my husband. And that doesn't mean we're going to pick up 911 right away. We want to differentiate between what that means for you, but we will escalate it if we need to so that you're not in distress and you're not suffering. Passive suicidal ideation, escape fantasies, I want to sleep all the time, things like that. Active suicidal ideation will have means, plans, accessibility, and a lack of what I call self-expressed identified grounding statements, by which I mean things like nobody would be able to make my family dinner, my children couldn't live without me, my parents would be heartbroken if I died, things like that. I remember talking to someone who very much had these fantasies about stepping in front of a car, and I would say, okay, so what are the things that prevent you from stepping out in front of a car? Because that is doable. And she would say, well, nobody's really going to make dinner for my kids. Nobody else knows their shoe sizes. To me, there is an awareness that there's going to be a larger impact, a larger negative impact on their family. And so we can then start talking more about medication or medication adjustment and increased coping mechanisms. The depressive suicidal ideation, I mentioned mostly white and older, a previous documented suicide attempt. Generally speaking, most people who complete suicide use women who do use a violent form of suicide in perinatal cases, hanging, jumping, shooting. The height of that is in 6 to 9 months. Again, so who is seeing these people, who has their eyes on them? And that really includes pediatricians, caseworkers, and childcare providers, sometimes teachers. A big warning sign is that about half of the people who completed suicide did not attend a postpartum obstetric visit. So something has already started there in terms of lack of support. So graph, see over here, as it progresses through the year, which is why really thinking that it's going to be completed within a year is unrealistic. So when we're assessing suicidal ideation, I follow the hitchhiker's guide. Don't panic. They're already looking for confirmation of self-blame and judgment, right? So we really want to put out there, like, yes, you are distressed, you are suffering. I can see why it feels hopeless. Allow them to fully express, ask explicit questions, because it's not going to prompt them to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to do that. It's going to make it more real and therefore less realistic. Identify potential supports, who can help you, faith-based communities, support groups. I'm going to talk a little bit about support groups and talk about resources in the end. Then we want to provide information regarding those supports, including therapy and medication, or refer to 911 or to psychiatry if necessary. So when I talk to clients about medication, very commonly people come in the first time, no matter how distressed they are, like, I am not taking medication, I won't do it. Okay, so we give it 1 to 2 weeks, be like, let's try it with other tools, right? It's important they understand that medication doesn't change who you are, that depression is more likely to interfere with bonding, that you don't have to take medication for the rest of your life, that it doesn't work alone. What I tell people is, when you have a virus or the flu, what makes you recover is sleeping and drinking water. But when your fever is really high, you don't feel like sleeping, or you can't sleep and you don't want to drink water. We take Tylenol and other fever reducers to bring the fever down enough that you can drink water and get some sleep. Antidepressant medication works the same way. We are bringing down that somatic response that is keeping you in this agitated space enough that you can start to access supports, that you can exercise, that you can engage in therapy. It's happened just recently. I was talking to somebody, and it took many months before they're like, I'm going to try this. And we were able then, once they tried the medication, were on the medication for a few weeks, to start doing that trauma processing that they really couldn't do because they were so agitated, just too uncomfortable. Providers need support as well. There's a National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Postpartum Support International has people who want to help, and there is a PSI, Perinatal Psychiatric Consult line, totally free. So I mentioned before, when people are being are no longer on medications for bipolar mood or for schizophrenia, other kinds of medications, you can call this line and talk about what the options are. They're going to have a consult call with you. Usually takes about a day to get back in touch, so I want to be kind of prepared for that. And it's a free service, and I think everybody should know about it. Tell people. So perinatal anxiety conditions, as mentioned, they can precede depressive symptoms. They sometimes are not self-referring until they're feeling really desperate or they've hit panic and OCD because of the normalization. Everybody's like, oh yeah, it's normal. People are like, yeah, you're not sleeping. Yeah, it's normal that you feel anxious, that you're checking the baby all the time. The fact that many birth parents have experienced perinatal anxiety normalizes this condition so that people don't think they need help. It's just that other people didn't get the help that they needed. Can include, and often does, intrusive thoughts and compulsive behaviors. PPOCD is very much not shared with providers because they think that if they tell somebody that they have thoughts of hurting themselves or the baby, that they will be immediately hospitalized. I'm going to talk more about that. So perinatal anxiety, I'm sorry I'm going faster because I realize I'm running out of time, has a hyper-focus on health and safety, impaired sleep, panic symptoms, heart palpitation, shortness of breath, overwhelmed. What you will see is a high startle reflex, jumpy, edgy, irritable. Excessive worry, guilt, and shame. Key things to ask. I'm sorry I keep bothering you. Call and call. I don't get any sleep even when the baby sleeps. I don't want to eat. Afraid nobody else can take care of the baby. I'm so irritable and nobody helps me, and then I also don't want them to help me. The baby cries all the time. I don't trust myself. In the panic presentation, a big element is they're afraid they're going to die and leave their baby. They're afraid they're going crazy. These are very common to have somatic symptoms, and the symptoms reinforce those fears. They may wake the parent up from sleep. This is a case where I talk about medication, because no matter how many mindfulness tools or cognitive tools we've discussed, you can't do that while you're asleep. So in addition to dealing with trauma, which is going to be working while you're sleeping, I highly recommend taking systemic medications, as in not just benzodiazepines. Okay. The other thing that people take, a lot of edibles when they're having panic at night. But that's not a great idea. So moving on to perinatal OCD. These are ego-dystonic thoughts. They are horrified at having these thoughts. They are intrusive, persistent, repetitive thoughts, mental pictures about dropping the baby down the stairs, about hurting themselves, really worried about going crazy. They do lots of efforts to avoid triggers. This is also true in PTSD, but they're really things like knives, stairs, driving, anything that comes into this intrusive thoughts. It can really cause conflict in couples because the other person doesn't understand what's going on, and so just relax. Repetitive behaviors can include lots of checking, cleaning, counting, like counting COVID cases. It overlaps, as I said, with anxiety and panic. They don't want to discuss it. I normalize this as much as possible by saying many people have these thoughts. This is not just you. The International OCD Foundation found that 40% of people who had perinatal mood disorders were also experiencing intrusive thoughts. It's very different than the number you read somewhere else, but I think that's partly the normalization in the presentation of the question. We reframe to purpose. The purpose of that thought is that you are so dedicated to protecting that baby that you want to protect them even from yourself. You're testing. The way that somebody would like have a little sore in their mouth and push it with their tongue and test, even though you know it's still there and it still hurts. It's the same kind of function. I'm going to go quickly through this. Dysphoric milk ejection reflex. The reason I include this is that it can also have very disturbing thoughts, self-harm, suicide, intrusive. They feel this hollow feeling churning in their stomach. It is due to the sudden drop in dopamine when the letdown response happens. It lasts less than 5 minutes. People feel horrible about it. Will happen even with pumping. It is not a breastfeeding aversion, but can cause some shame and avoidance. So again, helping to understand what's happening can help people to tolerate that more. Perinatal PTSD. Lots of overlap with general PTSD, but this includes avoidance even of reduced aftercare, impaired bonding. They don't want to go back near the hospital. They drive way around to go away from wherever they gave birth, if we're talking about birth trauma. Emotional reactivity, hypervigilance, hyperarousal, and efforts to numb. When we talk about PTSD, we're really talking about a threat to the sense of self, to sense of safety, and sense of the future. When those three things come together, people feel so much distress and they get overwhelmed, and overwhelmed goes to hopeless. Contributing factors to perinatal PTSD include unexpected complications, medical interventions, pregnancy, labor, birth, postpartum, early infant care, feeding, NICU stays. In the NICU stay information they found in 2020, those NICU studies range from 18% to 78% in terms of perinatal mental health concerns. A study that was posted in Breastfeeding Medicine magazine said in 2020, 25% of parents indicated PTSD by screener at 3 months post-NICU stay. It doesn't mean that anybody did anything wrong. Again, going back to what I said in the beginning, it is the experience of it. In fact, I have clients who come in and they're furious and they're going to sue everybody and they're so angry. And once we go through it, once, twice, they go and talk to their provider in a much calmer way. They come back and they're like, everybody did what they meant to do. It's rare that something is a malfeasance, that somebody made a mistake. Like, it's really about feeling overwhelmed, experiencing auditory dimming when your stress hormone rises. You really can't hear. So you may have provided a wonderful explanation about why we need to move to C-section, and they didn't really take it in. They didn't hear it. Lots of elements, including the thing I hear a lot in inductions is not Pitocin, it's the balloon. People talk about the balloon, especially if they have had sexual trauma in their past. Preeclampsia, magnesium. You probably can guess the rest of it. I'm going to keep moving. Sexual assault, I mentioned, childhood abuse, interpersonal violence, pregnancy or infant loss. Pregnancy and infant loss I'm going to talk about next, highly correlated with PTSD. Also an awareness of maternal and infant mortality rates right now, especially for Black women, having a fear about coming into birth providers at all, and some hyper vigilance and hyper arousal around that situation, understandably. Grief related to past pregnancy and infant loss is so much more prevalent than commonly acknowledged. People come in and I'm the only person this has ever happened to. We know that's not true. There's going to be the Remembrance Day in October. Often people aren't ready to do that first year, but later they really get a lot from feeling supported by other people, particularly because they often feel unsupported after the initial loss. It's unintentionally minimized, and I'll talk a little more about that. And then the grief doesn't get processed when there's been this traumatic experience. When people come in, we talk about what happened, we do trauma processing, then we help work through grief and relationships with other people. For partners, there's a lot of partner conflict because most of the time partners display depressive symptoms 13 months and later. This is true for NICU stays as well. They're much less likely to seek support. So one partner, the birth parent, usually is, I'm in so much distress, how can you not care? Does this not bother you? Usually they're kind of holding steady, waiting for the other person, intentionally or not, to feel calmer before they really start to experience their own grief. I mentioned this before. It does not mean you did anything wrong that somebody had a traumatic experience. It means that their experience of whatever happened is resonating with them for reasons that are usually outside of our control. The only element that can really exacerbate are well-intentioned statements like, all that matters is a healthy baby, you can always try again, it's God's plan, the baby's going to feel your stress if you're feeling that. You're bringing your grief to your next pregnancy. You have to really minimize those kinds of statements and just validate. Again, I mentioned auditory dimming. People really benefit from an explanation going through it, which is part of when I talk about interventions, part of what we do in there. And that when the feelings of shock and grief have been processed with a trained professional, the sooner the better. I had somebody come in, I was like, I'm just going to take you at night, which I don't usually do because I want to get them in here as fast as possible. That it resolves much more quickly and they can move on to managing their other concerns. So the reason I talk about differentiating PTSD and comorbid anxiety, there was a study last week that was in MedPage just a week ago about how frequently PTSD is missed because the comorbid mental health concern is treated first or primarily. If we look at it like it's a big fundraising thermometer, right? You're like lack of sleep, trauma, lack of money, etc. It leaves you with very little bandwidth. This is why we have so much irritability. Like you go from 0 to 60. If we can pull down and relieve the somatic intensity of the trauma, then they have a lot more bandwidth to do the work that might cause them discomfort, and they're going to have better impact, better relationships with other people, which undercuts the confirmation bias that they're a terrible person and that God is punishing them and things like that come up. If they are talking about flashbacks, nightmares, avoidance, the first rule out is PTSD. So I have included, I think it went up on the table, if not, I will, some specific screeners. Many people know the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Screen. There's also a perinatal mental health discussion tool on PSI that helps people identify what's happening for them. The one that I use a lot is the PASS, the Perinatal Anxiety Screening Scale. Typically, I include an EPDS, a PASS, GAD-7, and the general scale, and grief or trauma if indicated by anything that they've said. It sounds like a lot, but actually clients tell me, I usually have a phone conversation with them, they get the screeners, they say, it really helped me clarify what's going on with me. I thought I was depressed, but I looked at these screeners and I'm like, oh, I am dealing with trauma, or oh, I'm dealing with anxiety. Different approaches for different treatments is just one of the reasons why you want to do the rule out and differentiate. PTSD is the top clinical approaches are usually EMDR, brain spotting, or trauma-focused CBT, things that incorporate some measure of exposure. Perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, cognitive therapy, interpersonal psychotherapy, IFS, acceptance and commitment. PSI has a directory with those of us who are trained or certified, also lists specialties. So like under mine, you would see trauma, loss, LGBTQI, and that includes, if you aren't already there, a lactation consultant. So it's not, I don't even know if it costs money to sign up on there, but you can let people know that you have had some perinatal training. Lots of support groups. Maine Health has some wonderful support groups. The New Parent Circle, I've gone to that several times, was wonderful. Maine Mom, Northern Light. There are nonprofit organizations like Mother and Me, Birth Roots, Baby Booty, a couple of places like that. And then there are others that I don't even have in there, especially for loss. On PSI, they have tons of virtual support groups. They happen very frequently. They cover groups that are not always covered within a community. They separate pregnancy loss from infant loss, from TFMR. They do really great specialties. They have things in Spanish. They have a Desi chat. They have military moms. They also have a chat with an expert. I have supported many partners' spouses, male spouses, into that dad's group, which helped them realize that what they were experiencing really did deserve support. They really could move forward into counseling. It's a great introduction, support groups in general, but particularly, frankly, for cisgender men. So I know I ran through the very end and I ran over. I apologize. If you have questions or you want further information, my email is here. I am online. I am on Facebook. I'm in Maine, and I've seen clients in person. I'm all boosted, bivalent booster, telehealth. But also, if you just have questions, you're like, I'd really like to bounce this off of someone. I respond to non-emergent, non-client emails, usually on Mondays, and then catch as catch can. So thank you again for all that you do to support people. I often tell parents, what we need to do is validate the emotions and parent the behavior. And so as we learn to support new parents and guide them towards interventions, that is, the validation alone is so valuable. Thank you for this opportunity. Again, if you've got questions, you want further information, I would be happy to share it. Sorry to rush right through at the end.
My life today looks busy and beautiful and sustainable, I think would be a good word for it. Today it's full of connection, it's full of resources, it's full of me trying to give back and sharing what I can about my story to help other people, and trying to raise my children and be a good mom and a good wife and a daughter. And those sentences seem kind of short and small, but when I was in addiction actively, I just remember wanting a roof over my head, or to be able to cook food when I was hungry, or to be able to just have one person I could count on. And so to look back and see how my life looked then and how it's evolved over the years, it's no mistake that the resources and the community and the connection and the people that have been there to help me grow and advocate for myself, those were key parts in my recovery. When I decided to get into some type of recovery, I chose MAT, and I had abused methadone in the past, so I didn't want to go to a methadone clinic. I just knew that wouldn't be right for me, but unfortunately in our area 10 years ago, that was really all there was, and you could barely get into that program. When I needed to go farther from my hometown to find resources and MAT therapy, there wasn't much to help me with transportation. It takes gas money, it takes time off of work, it takes a lot of effort and food. It's a 2-hour trip both ways. And so trying to find the resources was hard. I remember walking in to what was my first meeting in Lincoln, and it was a bunch of older gentlemen in the basement of the hospital, which is wonderful, but I couldn't really connect with them at 23 years old, and having a drug issue instead of an alcohol issue at that time. But finding meetings close by was hard. So at that time, instead of trying to figure it out, you just don't do it because you don't have the proper skills to advocate for yourself and figure that out. And so as years went on, I knew that I needed a meeting of peers and that I needed support. And so I decided to start my own meeting, and I sat alone many of weeks and had to persevere through that, just wondering if I was doing the right thing, because it's taking time away from my family, and am I doing the right thing by trying to provide this for the recovery community here? And then slowly people started showing up, and now we have up to 20 people some weeks. So it's been kind of something that I've had to create myself and learn how to advocate, and now I'm able to give people rides to and from meetings when I'm able, and doing small things like that just helps remind me where I was and where I want to go. Addiction was very dark and lonely, and I was just kind of waiting for life to start when I could figure it out. But recovery means that I get to live a life, a happy, beautiful, stable life, and recovery means more than just abstaining from the substance of choice. It's not just taking that substance away, but it's working a recovery program continuously. For me, I really enjoyed going to church and going to meetings and being part of that recovery community and giving back. And there's so many pathways to recovery that not one thing works, but being able to find those resources and use them to maintain a stable, happy life, that you gather coping skills, and you can live outside of that chaos, because we get addicted to the chaos that we live in addiction as well. So learning how to be okay with being okay, and being okay with the voices in your head and the thoughts in your head, is a huge part of recovery to me. It's not just about taking that substance away. My name is Sarah Langevin, and I've been in recovery for 10 years. This September will make 11. Recovery to me means life. My name is Sarah Langevin, and I've been in recovery for 10 years. This September will make 11. Recovery to me means life.
Thank you so much, everybody, for your time and your presence today. This was an amazing, amazing day. I'm going to make the closing brief because people are wanting to get to their families and get to dinner. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you so much.